Sí, bueno, bueno, sí. Sí, bueno, bueno. Sí, uno, dos, tres.
El auditorio tiene 4 salidas, 2 al frente, que son de emergencia, y 2 en la parte posterior, que son los accesos por los que ingresaron a este recinto. Con la finalidad de agilizar una evacuación, el auditorio se dividió en 4 zonas, como lo marca la ilustración, tomando en cuenta que la salida más cercana a tu lugar es la que tienes que utilizar. Al escuchar este sonido, los brigadistas de protección civil se reunirán. Debes estar alerta sin abandonar tu lugar y esperar instrucciones. Si escuchas una sirena, debes abandonar el inmueble a través de las rutas de evacuación y atender las instrucciones del brigadista. Recuerda, ante una situación de emergencia, conserva la calma. Un brigadista estará cerca de ti.
Muy buenos días a todos. Good morning to everyone. Welcome to Mexico and welcome to the National Center for Disaster Prevention, and also welcome to this 4th edition of the Volcano Observatory Best Practices Workshop. We are very glad. I am very glad to have you here, and I'm just going to read a few words. BOBP workshops are the only international meeting focused exclusively on volcano observatory activities, bringing together their leaders to the purpose of sharing information on the operation of these institutions and making best practices recommendations. Previous editions were held in Italy, Vancouver, and now in Mexico. These workshops are focused on eruption forecasting, the second on hazard communication, and third on long-term hazard assessment. The present edition will focus on crisis operation. One of the most important results of these workshops is the improved understanding of the variety of operational contexts, including scientific, political, and social, under which these observatories operates. According to the 2015 United Nations Global Assessment Report, more than 800 million people in 86 countries live within 100 kilometers of a volcano that could potentially erupt. That's the case of Mexico, which in 100 kilometers radius live around 20 million people, including Mexico City. In recent decades, enhanced technical capabilities of volcanoes observatories to detect and analyze unrest and provide eruption forecast have reduced risk and minimized loss of life and property. These capabilities carries within the responsibility to deconstruct the best possible practices of monitoring, data interpretation, and hazard communication to support risk mitigation decisions, such as whether and when to evacuate population and or restrict travel and commerce in order to save life and properties. A concerted effort to share and evaluate experiences and to identify common principles of operation improve performance. This is especially true for volcano observatories because often the experience for a single observatory may be gained in events spaced many years apart where eruptions are monitored by observatories several times per year. It is therefore important that lessons learned to be shared internationally. So that's a consensus on and a use guide for volcano observatory best practices can be developed. thank you very much for being here, and give you a very warm welcome to Senapred. And I hope, and I think, I'm sure this is going to be a very great meeting. Thank you to all the organizers. Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you, Jake, sorry, and Hugo for being here.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Yes. I'm very happy to be here with all of you today, and I want to thank my colleagues from the United States Geological Survey for inviting me to share a few words, as well as to thank the Senapred Director, Enrique Rivera, for hosting the workshop at this outstanding campus, which just so happens to be built on top of a unique topographic area formed by volcanic rock. Similarly, I want to thank Ramon Espinaza, Paolo Papale, and John Pallister for organizing this workshop and for bringing specialists together from all over the world to discuss and share challenges, opportunities, and best practices to better monitor volcanoes. This is the first time that this workshop takes place in Latin America, where 13 countries in the regions have volcano observatories. Mexico is a fitting host due to the frequent activity of the Popocatépetl volcano, or Don Goyo, as it is locally known, as well as the prominent role that Senapred plays in monitoring volcanoes and supporting hazard mitigation. 2 years ago, during the month of September, Mexico was struck by a series of earthquakes that devastated parts of the city and several other states. I was here during the earthquake. I witnessed firsthand the extraordinary efforts made by Senapred, the rescue teams, and the volunteers. The level of coordination and response from the Mexican teams, along with the Los Angeles County Fire Department's Urban Search and Rescue Task Force, coordinated through the United States Agency for International Development's Office of Foreign Disaster Assistance, USAID/OFDA, as well as teams from the other nations, showcased our ability to work together to save lives. And we continue to work together to be prepared for the future. For example, the constant monitoring of Don Goyo's activity, thanks to the reinstallment of volcano monitoring stations and seismometers, makes forecasting a major eruption feasible. This year's workshop's focus on volcano observatory crisis operations is of particular importance given the many people who would be impacted by an eruption of Don Goyo and the Colima volcano. At the United States Agency for International Development, USAID, for which I'm the director here in Mexico, we understand the significant threat that volcanoes pose to at-risk populations. To address volcano risk reduction, we partnered with the U.S. Geological Survey since 1986 to support the Volcano Disaster Assistance Program known as VDAP in Latin America and potentially deadly volcanoes around the world. VDAP, with support from USAID's Office of Foreign Disaster Assistance, OFDA, is sponsoring this workshop along with Senapred, the Italian entity INGV, and other partners. As mission director here in Mexico, I have the opportunity to engage with Mexican officials at high levels to address issues that are pivotal to our two nations' security and other aspects related to development. Those official lines of communication are very important, but the conversations that take place in spaces like this one promote a thoughtful interchange of views and information that can help thousands upon thousands of people. For this reason, I applaud the organizers of the Volcano Observatory Best Practices Workshop. I sincerely hope that your time here leads to continued collaboration, that you make more and more peer connections throughout, and that there's a reduced volcanic risk here and around the world. Thank you very much.
here, and good morning to everyone. Welcome to Mexico to all the friends. Elizabeth, nice to see you here. Jake, it's a pleasure to have you here at UNAM and at Senapred. I met for the first time Jake in 1992, long time ago. During a field trip in Japan, I was part of the group of guiding people across Japan. So it was a really interesting experience having the opportunity to meet such a nice and very great scientist as Jake is. And also I'm very happy to see so many known faces around. We all are friends for a long time. When I say welcome to UNAM is because we are in the National University of Mexico. Mexico's grounds here is part of the UNAM campus. And in this campus there is plenty of opportunities to see volcanic structures through the lava exposures that are in the campus. And I'm talking about the campus of the National University of Mexico because this is the nice and very interesting and very strong relationship we have been having for a long time together with the Mexican officials. There is a very strong ties and relationship to support the officials, in this case to the National Center for Disaster Prevention and the University of Mexico, particularly from the Institute of Geophysics, where many of the people that are here work. And this is a very interesting way to do things. I know the INGV, that's a terrific, very powerful institution that carries out a lot of scientific work, and also the USGS have a very strong history in how to deal with the natural phenomena. In our case in Mexico, civil defense and the National System for Disaster Prevention was developed in 1985. So it has been difficult to develop a strong institution in terms of number of people that have to carry out so important responsibilities as watching, observing, and also doing research on the natural phenomena. So the most important thing that we have been witnessing along the decades is that the National University has a lot of scientists eager to collaborate very closely with our friends at Senate. And this is an important thing because in terms of organization, the Mexican government has delivered some part of the hiring scientists, and instead of that, the national government has the opportunity to collaborate with the Mexican scientists at the University of Mexico and other institutions like the University of Colima and the University of Veracruz, and several other universities like the University of Chiapas, people who is here. So at every country we have different ways how we develop our ways to deal with the natural phenomena, in this case with the volcanoes. Today in the morning we were talking to Elizabeth about the large responsibilities the Senapred has, not only with volcanoes but also earthquakes and also sinking, flooding, mass movements and hurricanes and everything. And they are so few people here, so it is a really important thing the way the next steps we have found our way to deal with all these problems and phenomena. Having the possibility to for the scientists to watch first time the phenomena, have the possibility to carry out research, high-level research, and also from the side of the government, they have the possibility to have the advice and collaboration very strongly and closely with the universities. So this is something that you may see along these days, and of course something interesting and very important for us who work in volcanoes, particularly here between Mexican scientists and the Mexican authorities at SENAPRED, is the possibility to develop a very strong friendship that we have been developing with so many people here that I recognize many faces here. This new hope has been a good friend for a long time, and so welcome. And I will never finish to see so friendly faces. So I hope, as Enrique and Elizabeth just stated, that this meeting will develop in a very good product for the better, and also for the sake of our own countries, and to enjoy the volcanic activity without consequence.
So I welcome everybody here. Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming a long way in many cases. Thank you to Senapred and Enrique and Unam and Hugo and Ramon and Constanza Rivera, who's done much of the logistical organization to set up this meeting. There's a lot of work, and you, together with the coordinators, can make this a very good meeting. We have a lot of very expert and distinguished people here who know a lot about volcano crisis response. And so everybody should have the opportunity to speak during the meeting. We have lots of opportunity for discussions. The group session organizers or during the meeting will have the opportunity to help foster discussion, to get questions going. There will be people reporting on the sessions. And then in the very end, we hope to have some sort of a document similar to what came out of the other VOBP meetings, where we can talk about what best practices are, how they might vary from country to country, what the challenges are in terms of the great diversity of volcanic hazards, in terms of coming up with some ideas of how do we best deal with crises at our volcanoes. So we hope to have a lot of stimulating discussion. We thank you for being here, and I think that's enough for now. Thank you on behalf of the USGS part of the organizing committee. I think I'll keep going with the discussions after we get off the stage and we can set things up. You want to? Yeah, I think if you do you have some logistical at the end? Laura, would you like to?
Hi, so hello, welcome everyone. On behalf of Paolo, who couldn't come, just very few words on INGV. INGV strongly supports this kind of best practice workshop from the beginning. And you can't hear. Okay. So I was saying INGV strongly supports this workshop from the beginning, and the idea that Paolo has is to actually try and get more support from INGV in this workshop. It's a very well established community now, but he thinks it needs still more help from INGV. So we will struggle to do that, and maybe we should start because we're a bit late.
now a few details about logistics. The internet, the code is capital C. Sorry, yes. So everybody ready? Okay, it's capital C, 3, N, lowercase, 4, P, lowercase, R, lowercase, 3, V, lowercase, 2017. Everybody got it? Capital C, 3, N, only the C is uppercase, all the others are lowercase. So it's C, 3, N, 4, PR, 3, D, 2017. It's Cenepret 4. Okay. Another thing, those who are not supported by the USGS or ENGB and have a green sticker, please, Constanza, who was supposed to be here now, but, well, she's wearing a green vest, a green very bright vest. She's the one that has the link to where you have to pay, okay, for the meals and coffee break and everything. Also, the other thing is the breakfast at the hotel doesn't open until 7, so we'll have to move everything in the agenda half an hour later, okay? And, okay, remember that we have, those with the green card, we have a dinner at the Casa Club del Académico on Thursday, and that's about it. So welcome everyone, and that's it. So, oh yeah, let me start. Sergio, let me start. Okay. In the booth over there, that's where you have to give the presentations to Sergio, who I'll introduce you to in a minute. Well, in a few minutes. All the agenda and the list of all the participants are in the red box, and that's it. We also up there in the booth, those who have presentations, please bring your presentations earlier than they have to happen.
Hi, my name's Wendy Stovall. I'm going to post the names for the short presentations to introduce your poster for each of the 3 days, and somewhere out where the posters are. I've organized them, I think, relative to the topics of the day. And if you haven't given me, or if you haven't sent Jake a presentation yet, then you can send that to me. Just come and find me, and I'll organize everything. You won't be doing one today, clearly. It'll be either the tomorrow or the day after.
We start with Chris Newhall.
So for this first talk by Chris, we don't actually have a session leader, session chair, but we'll let Chris know when, let's see, he's got 30 minutes plus 20 minutes, so we'll let you know around 30 minutes when it's time to wrap up. And today, mostly we have talks about sort of examples of crises and how people have dealt with them. And so it's really a set of stories today, whereas we're going to focus more on strategies and protocols in coming days. And so Chris, with his great experience at the USGS and at EOS in Singapore and in the Philippines, will provide some wisdom to us on what he's learned over the years.
Thank you, Jake. Good morning to everyone. I'm not quite sure how we're going to set up here. Shall I just... Is there a podium? Okay, I'm going to have to see the slides, so maybe if I just stay here, I can see the slides better. If I don't see the slides, I will forget what I'm supposed to say. Sorry. Okay. This should be fine. Okay. I'm going to try to convince you this morning of the value of volcanologists, volcano observatories using checklists during volcano crisis. Now, you can see from the title, I said don't forget, and forgetting things is oftentimes associated with old farts like me. If you have elder people, you tend to forget things, but it's not the exclusive domain of older folks. Forgetting, you can actually forget things when you're younger as well, especially during a volcanic crisis when you're extremely busy, the stress levels are extremely high, and it's just general chaos surrounding you. So that's going to be the general theme here, is to try to suggest the value of us using a checklist during the crisis. Next slide, please. Can we advance? Thank you. My involvement with checklists began in 1991 when, together with FEVOLCS, we were responding to the crisis at Mount Pinatubo. And one of the military officers asked me, could he please see our checklist? And I looked at him and I didn't know what to say, and I said, well, it's up here. And he shook his head and he said, that's a really bad idea. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to break the talk into two parts. Question first, do we really need checklists? And secondly, if yes, what content should be in them? Next, please. Here's where checklists began. Back in 1935, Boeing Corporation was trying to market a new airplane to the Army Air Corps. It's what later became known as the B-17. And during the demonstration, where all the purchasing officials were gathered in Ohio, the plane crashed. And it turned out that the reason why it crashed was very simple, that the experienced pilot simply forgot to unlock a couple of controls. They had some locks on the rudder and on the flaps to keep them from flapping around during wind gusts on the ground. And when he took off, he forgot to unlock them. Well, that was obviously a disaster. Now, pilots took up checklists right away. They immediately saw the value of going through a checklist before you take off and at other points in the flight. It turns out, though, that pilots were among the few people who adopted checklists. One of the next professions to adopt checklists were surgeons in the operating room. And the author of this very nice book called The Checklist Manifesto, Atul Gawande, is a surgeon, and he was asked by WHO, the World Health Organization, to develop a very simple checklist for worldwide use. And at the same time, in his own hospital in Boston and in various other hospitals in the U.S., they tried to introduce checklists, and the surgeons resisted it. And the reason they resisted was because they felt insulted, that it was an insult to their professional capability. They ought to be able to know all of these things without a checklist. Well, they persisted, and they did some trials, and it turned out that after trial, the results of using checklists were much better than the ones who were not using checklists. So it has now been adopted quite widely in hospitals. You've probably all heard horror stories about having some scissors or something left in the patient, and that's the sort of thing that gets avoided with a checklist. All right, now, taking it a little bit broader, a lot of fields, knowledge is knowledge is wonderful, but it's both a friend and an enemy in the sense that we now understand so much about systems and many complex systems that it's actually more than normal people can handle just from memory. And so he's listed several other fields there, including financial managers, lawyers, clinicians, you name it, people who are now using checklists more and more. And I would submit that volcano crisis responses are another very good place to be using a checklist. Okay. Next, please. When you have the onset of volcanic unrest, straight away you're going to be thrust into a really fast pace and high pressure. Those of you who have been through crisis already, you understand exactly what I'm talking about. And it's true no matter what kind of observatory you come from. On the one hand, you have well-established observatories who have been working at a volcano for a long time. The volcano is well understood, the team is well trained and well practiced. But even then, they're going to be stressed. Even more so in places where there was no prior observatory, where the volcano newly awakened, and where there's going to be a very steep learning curve for the scientists and also for the officials that they're going to have to be dealing with. So in either case, we as scientists are going to be pushed to do our science much, much faster than normal. And not only the science, but we're also going to have to be interacting with a wide range of other people that we don't normally interact with. For example, government officials, civil defense officials, news media, stakeholders at risk. And this adds a substantial amount to the job of crisis response. So the net result is that you're going to be so busy during volcanic crisis, and the pressures are going to be so high that it's very easy to suffer from fatigue, from cognitive overload, just get totally overwhelmed by the crisis. And in those circumstances, it's very easy, believe me, I speak from experience, it's very easy to forget some things. Let me give an example. This is one I'm embarrassed to mention, but it'll illustrate the point. At Pinatubo, we knew that ash was dangerous to aircraft. We'd already been through the Galungan crisis, the redoubt crisis. There was no question about the danger of ash to aircraft. We also knew that ash can be blown for thousands of kilometers downwind. For example, redoubt ash blew all the way down past Texas and beyond. And FIVOLCS did give advice to the local air traffic control that Pinatubo was getting ready to erupt. That part was fine. They gave the proper alert to air traffic control. But what air traffic control did was to issue a NOTAM. Mind you, this is before any of the VAC process, before any of the more general awareness. So the air traffic control issued a NOTAM, which probably you know is a relatively low-level alert in the aviation community. It's also a relatively local alert. So if Manila issues a NOTAM, that only concerns people flying near Manila. It doesn't concern people flying out of Tokyo or Singapore or Hong Kong, anywhere else. So they issued the NOTAM. That was fine, but we had forgotten to tell the ATC, the air traffic control, you have to alert your colleagues in Ho Chi Minh airspace, in Singapore airspace, in Hong Kong airspace, that the ash from Pinatubo is likely to get all the way into your flight information region, FIR. And as a result, the pilots who were flying far over there across Indochina had basically no notification of the coming ash, and there were 16 planes that flew into it. Fortunately, none of the planes crashed. There were no deaths, but there was significant damage. Okay. Next, please. Now, I have talked a little bit with colleagues already about checklists, and I've heard a couple of potential objections to them. One of the potential objections is, isn't it going to tie our hands? This goes back to the surgeons being concerned about it preempting their own professional judgment. And the answer is no. It doesn't limit, a checklist does not limit what you do. It simply is a tool to help you not forget some critical steps. In fact, during crisis, you're always going to have to adjust to the specific nature of the crisis and the population at hand. That's fine. The checklist doesn't limit you from doing other things. It's aimed just to keep you from forgetting some critical tasks. Okay, next please. This is a picture of VOBP 2, I think, in Eriche. And the reason I put that in here is because this pertains to what we're doing here as VOBP. We might ask, doesn't having a checklist increase our professional risk or liability? Now, you can pose that question to Richard Breton later on. My answer is that maybe it does. It's a plus and a minus. Even without checklists, we already have a professional duty to the people at risk from a volcano. Our agencies, our observatories are already funded to keep people safe. And so we have that duty already. Now, if you have a checklist, and if you've done everything on the checklist, then if it ever comes up into an issue of legal liability, you can say, okay, you can show people, I've done what was on the checklist. On the other hand, if you forgot something that was on the checklist, maybe you will indeed have a higher liability. Seems to me that it's kind of an irony of our VLBP process, of us trying to improve, because we're defining best practices for volcano observatories, and our goal, of course, is to save lives and property. But by doing so, we are also formalizing our own duty. Next, please. Okay, now let's move into some potential content. Next. If we break the typical volcanic crisis into 3 time periods, the pre-crisis period, which will typically be months or years, then a crisis period, which is relatively short, and then a post-crisis period. I've listed down a number of tasks there. I'm not going to go through each one of these right here, but as you look at that list, you'll see that these are things that you already do. I don't think there's anything that's new on that list. They're just things that we already do, but we have to remember to make sure that we do them. And I think I won't say anything more on this slide. Let me go to the next. Next slide. A little bit on the timelines. In the pre-crisis period, we have some time. We have the luxury of time, but we also know that a lot of the things we have to do, for example, stratigraphic studies of the volcano to work out the eruptive history, establishing and refining monitoring networks, these take time. They may take months, they may take years, and so you don't know when the next crisis is going to arise, so you want to start as soon as possible. During the crisis, it's going to be a lot more hectic. It's going to be a much shorter, compressed time frame, and so the checklist that we have for that crisis period needs to be relatively short and prioritized according to the highest priority things to get done. But if you're a SIN crisis responder and you find out that there are some things that were not done in the pre-crisis period, some of the preparation that should have been made, you may very well find yourself playing catch-up to try to cover some of those things that should have been done before the crisis. We skipped ahead briefly, but the last point on there was the post-crisis period. Again, you have a little bit more time, but you don't want to relax too much. I'll say more about that later. All right, let's look in a little bit more detail at the pre-crisis period. I'm going to distinguish between inward-facing, looking in at the Volcano Observatory team, at the geoscientific team, versus outward-facing, meaning dealings with civil defense officials and others. In the inward-facing, these are things I think that we all do, and you might even say, why do we even need these on a checklist? Probably we don't in the pre-crisis period, except that I think it's actually a good idea for us to be able to, particularly to pass along to each new generation of volcanologists, all of the things that need to be done pre-crisis. And I listed a few of the specific things that you want to do. Let me just call attention to the third big bullet, the reinterpret older literature. In my experience, there's a tendency for us to just dismiss older literature. Something that was published in the 1800s or early 1900s or even heaven forbid, in the 1900s, not in the 2000s. There's a tendency for scientists to just ignore it. But there's an awful lot of really good observation in those older papers. Our concepts of how volcanoes change, that's fine. But you shouldn't throw out the initial observations, because a lot of times those are really critical, especially about precursors to previous eruptions. So I strongly recommend that you go back and review the old papers that discuss the precursors to eruptions and reinterpret them in the light of how we now understand the volcano's work. And finally, synthesize it into a conceptual model. This is something that is really helpful as you're going through a crisis, to have a clear understanding on your team of one or more models. It may not be a single model, but hopefully not too many, of how the volcano works, and then that gives you a framework into which you can put new data, and you can see whether the new data fit or don't fit, and you may need to adjust the model as you go. but it certainly helps in the pre-crisis period to develop this preconceptual model. Next. I think we skipped one, sorry. Back, please. Oh, no, back. Okay. Another thing that you'll need to do in the pre-crisis period is make your own response plan, your crisis response plan. I think most observatories have this. If there are some that don't, it's a good idea to have one. You'll be identifying in advance what their main tasks are going to be, who's going to be responsible, how are you going to handle the logistics, backup personnel, etc. Please don't go so fast. I'm not. Back up, please. Okay. The crisis collaboration plan. There are actually a lot of non-observatory scientists from universities, scientists from space agencies and elsewhere who would like to help during volcanic crisis. And in many cases, they really can help. They can be, some of what they can provide is extremely valuable for the observatory. And so it's important to make plans in advance, preferably talking directly with them about how they can contribute when a crisis arises. And some of the specific fields where many observatories will need that extra help would be in remote sensing. For example, INSAR processing the gas data from OMI or TROPOMI, processing of the thermal imagery. Petrology is another one. Universities are usually very well set up to do the petrology. Not very many volcano observatories are set up to do the petrology. So make these plans in advance, and that way your collaborators from outside the observatory will be ready. And you'll know it'll be a lot easier to deal with them when the crisis arises if you've already planned this out. Now, there are going to be some sensitive issues about involvement of university and international colleagues during volcanic crisis. I realize that. Not everybody from outside the observatory is going to work well on the observatory team. I don't think we can completely avoid that problem, but I do think that if you plan ahead, you'll minimize the problem, and also if you include in your crisis coordination plan protocols for those collaborators, for example, on data policy, on publication policy, on what their roles are going to be on the crisis response team. The Science Advisory Committee has proven to be very helpful in some cases. The idea is to enlist colleagues who are not going to be part of the day-to-day crisis response. They'll have a little more time and distance to look at the evolving crisis. And then just a simple thing of keeping in touch with colleagues who have worked on that particular volcano before. It's easier now with Google and Facebook and all of those things, but do keep in touch with them. Next. All right, outward looking. The hazard map is pretty standard. I think everyone is going to produce that. I do think it's helpful for observatories to also produce an a priori Bayesian event tree for each of their volcanoes. I think you'll hear more about this from Heather later on. But in the pre-crisis period, this is also a good time to identify potentially analogous volcanoes and be talking with your colleagues from those volcanoes to see if they really are indeed analogous. Any preparation of audio-visual materials that you're going to be using during the crisis, videos, that should be done in the pre-crisis period, obviously. Video games, and then, of course, to test and refine all of these. Next, please. I just will flash this up very briefly. This is a generic event tree, starting from the left with a restless volcano. the one comment I'm going to make about this, and you'll hear more from Heather later on, I think it's wise to carry the event trees all the way out to the risk of individual death from the volcano. Many scientists are uncomfortable doing that. They want to stop at hazard, and they don't want to carry it out to risk. I recommend carrying it out to risk, and the reason is simple. The next slide, please. Next. Next slide, please. Yeah. This is a risk ladder. It's a table, a logarithmic scale of familiar risks. And if you've calculated the risk of death from the volcano, you can plot that as a horizontal line or a bar right on this plot, and very quickly that gives the people you're talking to, the civil defense leaders, the community, the people in the community, it gives them a very clear idea of what level of risk you're talking about from the volcano. If we're talking numbers, probabilities, forget it. Very few people will understand. But if you plot it on this kind of risk ladder, they understand immediately. Next, please. Okay, a little more outward-facing, pre-crisis. Do consider implementing a volcano alert system, a valve system. I know there's been some debate about whether these are good or not. I do think that on balance they are good if they're done well. Your long-term relationships, this is almost, it almost goes without saying, but when you're in a crisis situation, it helps tremendously if you've already developed a long-term relationship, good relationship, it has to be, with your civil defense leaders, with the VACs, and with various other community leaders. And also, I put in here colleagues from other fields that are likely to be affected by the volcano. For example, agronomists or people in public health, people studying climate. Because when the crisis begins, you're going to want to alert them, but that's not the time to start looking around to see who they are and make their acquaintance. You want to do that before the crisis begins. Okay, and then there's an obvious need to be exercising your crisis response plans and having a clear system management, like I refer to a generic incident management system here. I think, Tom, you're going to be talking some more about the ICS. Okay, next. Now jumping into the sin crisis period. Inward facing, it's obvious, you get everybody geared up. You call everybody straight away, you mobilize your scientists, your technicians, and you alert your backups early on. Start scheduling those rotations, because it doesn't take long, doesn't take very many weeks for people to get completely burned out. Make sure, of course, your monitoring instruments are all in good shape. In terms of the data, I don't think we even need a checklist item for data. So this is what we do as scientists. This is our bread and butter. But the one point I would make is make sure that all of your different lines of data are going to be plotted on the same time scale. It sounds almost trivial, but in reality, there are some observatories where they're not. Different scientists plot their data using different time scales, and it's very hard to visualize. You want it all on the same time scale so you can immediately see the relationship between different parameters changing. Next, please. Your daily team meetings, the science discussions, that is almost automatic. You are going to need to update your Bayesian event tree. With all of the new information that's coming in from the monitoring, you'll need to update the event tree, and I suggest something in the order of once a week. And I've also found that the event tree is actually really helpful in the science meetings, in the scientific discussions, because it helps focus everybody on the exact same questions. And then, of course, you'll have to decide your forecasts. Next. Now, one of the things that arises in many crises, and particularly if you've invited in colleagues from outside the observatory team, is you sometimes get some friction developing, and particularly if people are speaking independently to the news media outside the university team, or I mean outside the observatory team. As much as possible, you want to try to avoid that. You want to try to have the outside people, the non-observatory people who are going to be helping you, invite them in. Be as inclusive as you can, and have them agree to work inside the team, and then speak, and then the team can speak with a single voice to the outside. This isn't easy, but I do think it's really important. Otherwise, it becomes a huge distraction during a crisis. And also, if you have 2 or 3 competing voices during a crisis speaking to the public doesn't know who to believe. And the result is that all scientists lose credibility. Okay. Next, please. You'll also, of course, need to activate your call-down list. That's pretty straightforward. Refresh everybody about the vowels. Alert your colleagues in these other communities that are likely to be affected. The last point on the list here is keep good notes. This was something that was taught to me at Mount St. Helens by Don Molyneux and Rocky Crandall. And they said, look, people are going to come back to you, and they're going to want to verify who said what to whom and when. And so I did keep careful notes, and sure enough, I did have to refer back to those a number of times after the crisis. So this is going to be particularly true now in the post-L'Aquila era, where there's going to be increased scrutiny of scientists. So do make sure you keep good notes. Okay. I'll be done shortly, Jack. If you're met with skepticism and disbelief, don't get discouraged. It may sound strange, but it's quite common for us to be met with skeptics. People who don't believe that it's a volcano, or they don't believe it can erupt, or they don't believe it can affect them. And so you need to try to put yourself in their shoes, find a way to ultimately connect with them. And it's not easy, but it can be done. You're going to need to use every communication channel that you can think of. I won't go into all of those in detail. Sharing of real-time data on the web, like what Pat Devi and others have been doing in Indonesia with the magma system, is very, very helpful, I think. And you may also need to enlist community members, like teachers, to help you spread the word out through the community. Next, please. The media. Do we have anybody from the media here? Okay. I think most of us as scientists have had kind of a love-hate affair with the media. We know they're necessary. We know they can help us, but they can also be a pain in the ass. And my suggestion is try to develop a really good, positive relationship with them. And one of the ways to do it is to identify people from your observatory who are just naturally inclined. They're good people to interact with the news media. Make those people your public information officers. Provide plenty of background material. Realize that sometimes the media will find out things before you do, and they can help you too. And then finally, listen closely about whether your message is getting conveyed properly. Next. Guide others by example. People are watching us. During a crisis, the community is going to be watching the scientists very closely, and if the observatory is in a dangerous place, as it was at Pinatubo or Montserrat, move it. Same thing with our own families. If the field work is going to be particularly dangerous, minimize it if you can, because we certainly don't want to be setting, I mean, it's going to detract from our own credibility if we're going and doing a lot of dangerous work in the field. And lastly, for heaven's sakes, don't lead unsuspecting other people into dangerous areas. Next. Just a couple of slides on the post-crisis period. First of all, you need to organize your own internal discussions. And this is to capture the scientific lessons from the crisis. And this is a good time to have very frank critiques of your interpretations and how those evolved with the data. This is a wonderful learning opportunity. And I know after a crisis you're going to be tired, you're going to want to just go hide and get away from everybody, but this is a good time to do it. You also have to organize an equitable publication process, and please do contribute to the pertinent databases. Next, the outward facing. There will probably be a similar kind of critique in the larger community with civil defense and with the communities. We'll obviously need to participate in that. The other reason not to hide or not to retreat in the post-crisis period is because this is your best opportunity ever to get new monies, new funding for your observatories. This is where you can double your budget or like similar to that. And it's also a very teachable moment for the communities. So even though you're going to be tired, please seize these opportunities, because they don't last very long. The window of opportunity can be like a few days, a few weeks, probably not much more than that. Okay, next please. So just closing off, go back to the original question, do we need the checklists? Next please. I think we do. And the reasons are, I mean, we're human. We do forget, we do get stressed, we do get super busy, and the volcanic crisis, they're just extremely busy, stressful times. There's another reason for it too. The three authors of this presentation, myself, John Pallister, and Dan Miller, are all retired. We're not going to be around forever. And I think that the checklist is another shorthand way of conveying to the next generation what needs to be done, and also sharing with your counterparts like the Air Force officer or the civil defense leaders the list of all the things that you need to be doing during the crisis. And so it's a very helpful shorthand way of sharing that information. Next, please. The end.
Is about the event 3 going toward risk. I fully agree with you that this should be our final goal, because you can compare risk, you can't compare hazards one to each other. One of the reasons for what actually people remain stuck in the hazard is that because this is their job. This is, we try to say what the nature is going to do in the future. If we go to the risk due to pyroclastic flows is easy. Vulnerability is one. If you are hit, you are done.
That's right.
But if there is ashfall, we need to engage those engineers. There is no way to calculate the individual risk of death due to the ash over the building, because you have to take into account their vulnerability, the average occupancy in different types. So this is the final goal, but I think that volcanology has to be aware that their science is not enough to achieve this goal, at least if you are considering the ash.
It's a point well taken, and obviously ash is more nuanced. It's more difficult to calculate the risk from ash than it is from pyroclastic flows or lahars. I guess the places where I've applied it, I've used it to refer mainly to pyroclastic flows, and that's easy.
Well, now that you mentioned ash, I think it's particularly important because of the new findings that we've been having with popo ash on the fine ash, where we've been working with the MDs for many years now, and it seems to be a lot more dangerous than we used to think it was. So I think it needs a lot more attention on these interdisciplinary studies.
Yeah, thank you, Anna Lillian, and I would use this also as a time to shout out to Claire Horwell and her group in UK and the IVHNN, where they've done a lot of research into this. And you're right, it is something that people need to pay attention to.
So Chris, going back to your thinking about whether a checklist is a good thing from a liability perspective, there's a third part to the liability thing, which is, I can see it happening now. Since you've given this talk, now the volcanological community is aware that checklists should perhaps be done. So if you haven't got a checklist and you forgot something, that might also put lawyers on your trail.
I'm going to mention tomorrow checklists, and in fact hopefully introduce you to a checklist which I've devised for the hazards of scrutiny. And I just want to make one or two things clear. Firstly, it is my view that a checklist does not create a duty of care. It does not create a duty of care, but it may have an effect on the standard of care owed within a duty. And I think checklists are very helpful in that they provide structure, a methodology to the governance of risks. And if you have a checklist, clearly if you then don't use it, you're liable to be criticized. Because a lawyer will say, did you have a checklist? Yes. Did you look at it? No. You can see that immediately there is a difficulty. But there's also a difficulty if you're asked after the event, when you know there has been a tragedy, did you have a checklist? No, we didn't. Why didn't you have a checklist? Didn't you listen to Chris Newhall? And my overall view, I'm a great fan of checklists, is they add a very helpful methodology and structure. And all that a checklist does is to say, don't forget to consider A, B, C, D, and E. And usually you have very few. But it doesn't tell you what you do when you have considered it. Have you considered notifying the following? And you say, it doesn't tell you who you should notify. And therefore, I think checklists are time-proof in that they never tell you what to do, they merely tell you what you should consider. And therefore, they can be applied throughout the world because your actual behaviors will reflect your legal framework, your cultures, your relationships. And therefore, I think checklists are a must.
Thank you, Richard. Other questions?
Yep, over here.
Just maybe a simple question, but I would like to know if you have used a checklist during a crisis, and if your checklist is available for observatories that haven't had a crisis yet and would like to learn from your huge experience.
I will answer personally. No, I have not used the checklist because I'm just now getting around. 28 years after Pinatubo, I'm just now getting around to making this checklist. And actually, we have a paper which is in review right now for a volume edited by Paolo Papale, the volume 2 of his natural volcanic disasters. And that will include all of this checklist.
Yes, may I? Thank Chris. At IMO, the Icelandic Meteorological Office, we work through contingency plans that includes checklists. So the person on duty is supposed to be following a list of actions that indeed are recommended somehow to be checked. And I was just thinking if it is worth then to add to this list the importance of practice them even in the pre-crisis, not only on the outward, but even in the inward facing, because this is a kind of live tool, so it is changing quite a lot. We are practicing them regularly, and each time we see that it is, better to move an action earlier than another one, because, through the exercises, we can see that it is more important to alert this person or this institution more than another one. New tools are available, so we want to, add and change them and review them quite frequently indeed.
I'm delighted to hear that you are using checklists. You're several steps ahead of me. And we would very much welcome a chance to look at those and see if there are some things you have on there that we've forgotten. I mean, it's very possible. I think we would very much welcome suggestions from all of you because it is, when I went through and made this list, I kept coming up with things. Oh, I forgot to add this and I forgot to add that. So I'm sure there's probably still more.
Chris, one of the important thing I drew from your presentation and support very well is the need to try to communicate in terms of risk, because this is what civilian authorities understand. In Montserrat, the Cook Aspinall tool formalized elicitations was used quite well to conflate the opinions of the scientists, boil it down into a product that could be communicated with one voice.
And did they carry it all the way through to risk? Okay. Yeah, so actually there are 2 points there. There are several methodologies, including the Cook-Aspinall method. There are a couple of others for doing event trees or for estimating the probabilities of different scenarios. As far as I'm concerned, any one of those is a good thing to use. And I hope that it does get carried all the way to risk.
I just was wondering, given the huge diversity of volcanic hazards and types of volcanic activity, how applicable you think one checklist would be for all situations, or you think that you really need a different checklist for different situations?
Well, actually, what we're aiming to produce is a generic checklist that will be applicable most everywhere, but that's not the end of it. Then each individual observatory should add or modify that checklist according to their own specific needs. This is not a fixed document.
Thanks. Hi, this is Christy from USGS, Alaska Volcano Observatory. So I wanted to highlight something you said very early on in your talk, which was the military asking you for your checklist. And I think the reverse is just as important. So one thing we have at AVO is an interagency plan, and it's a list of roles and responsibilities for all partner agencies involved in a crisis response. And And that's super helpful because you can, in one document, see what everyone is doing, but it's not really their checklist. So one thing we've done is ask, for example, emergency managers, what does your checklist look like? Because it helps us to see where we need to improve the interagency plan. I brought some of those with me as examples, so we can talk about them whenever we have discussion or at poster session. But I think, yeah, the reverse, asking other agencies if they're willing to share their checklist, because it really helps you to identify where you can improve your own.
Yeah, thank you, Christy. I know from my own experience that the more you work together with those other agencies and the better you understand what their needs are, what they have to do, the better our information is going to be, the more useful we can be to them.
Hi, Chris. Renee. We're doing quality management system, ISO certification. We've been doing that, and checklist would be very good to have the operations of different volcano processes improved. And we don't have a complete checklist, but we have in our operations manual under quality management some of those events. And I think it would be good if organizations do a quality management system audit.
Just a comment and maybe just a suggestion as well. So the comment is that checklists are awesome, I think, and can really bring a lot of value. They are only part of the solution, I guess, and they are just one component. So we've been divided over years what we call standard operating procedures, which is just another way to say, hey, kind of things that you want to be prompted on. And instead of checklists, sometimes I like to get back to what Richard was talking about. Often they are actually prompts rather than necessarily you need to do that. And I think that's perhaps a good way to think about those. The suggestion was there seemed to be quite a bit of an appetite to share these things across observatories. And I think from our perspective, from Inuzen, we'd be quite happy to share some of those. And I understand, we could actually share that. So maybe as a suggestion, WOVOD could be a good platform for that, and maybe something we could get some tangible action by the end of the week.
Good idea.
Right. We're going to try to keep things on the schedule a little bit. We're a bit late right now, but we'll take 15 minutes for the scheduled break. And then Iguchi-san will be the session chair for the next session, and Martin Demore will be the rapporteur. And Ramon has...
Just don't go. Please, everyone that needs to give the presentation or print his poster, give it to Sergio, who is him. And those who need to pay for the food, Constanza is the one that will take you to the one that is going to charge you. And we'll see you in 15 minutes.
We will start the session 1A volcanic crisis example. My name is Masato Iguchi, Sakurajima Volcano Observatory. So all the presentation has the 20 minutes talk and 10 minutes discussion. And for when the presentation time talk becomes the 5 minutes, I will show the 5 minutes. And then I will show the just 1 minute. Okay. So the first speaker is Devi. So the volcanic crisis in Indonesia, lesson learned and recommendation concerning evaluation, hazard communication, and information management. So please, Devi.
Thank you. Hello, good morning, everyone. Let me introduce myself. I'm Devi Kamil Shabana. I'm from Indonesia, in the Center for Volcanology and Geological Hazard Mitigation. Today, I will share about how we handled the volcanic crisis at Agung in 2017, exactly 2 years ago. So we are in the month of the eruptions of Agung 2 years ago. And we will talk about lessons learned, recommendations, etc. So I will talk in 4 areas. First, I will talk briefly about how the monitoring works in Indonesia, volcano monitoring, and in the second part, I will talk about the crisis of Agung, and the third part, I will talk what lessons we learned, and also in the final session, I will talk about the response of the VOBP questions. Okay, this is Indonesia, if you don't know. So we are far in the east, and this is our country profile. So the most important thing is that this one, we have 127 volcanoes, and 69 has been erupted, 79 actually, sorry. 43 volcanoes have caused fatalities for its eruption. We have 7 to 12 volcanoes erupted every year, and there are around 4 million people living within 10 kilometers of active volcanoes. So this is our institution. So this is the only institution monitoring volcanoes in Indonesia. 1920 we are established. So next year we will be it will be our 100th anniversary, and we have 69 volcanoes monitored by 77 volcano observatories. So the volcano observatories work 24/7, and we have 218 volcano observers. 34 volcanologists and 10 technicians. We have more than 400 monitoring stations. This is our task. And this is the map of Indonesian volcanoes. So there are different colors. So we divide the colors based on its type. So the red one is the type A. So it has been erupted since year 1600. And the B and C is the green and the yellow one. We have also 6 submarine volcanoes. And this is how we monitor the volcanoes. So because we have a lot of volcanoes with in different islands, so we need to use satellite transmissions. So there are many regional centers where the data were sent to Bandung. And we have observatories, something like this, in every volcano, so at least one observatory. So the early warning system, so I need to explain this because maybe it is different with other countries. In Indonesia, every volcanic alert levels are related to list of actions. It's not only the level of activity of the volcano, but when we said normal, other institutions have the response, have their task, different tasks. So, and so this has been our standard for giving early warnings for the public. So, and this is how we coordinate. So we have like 2 big parts. So on-land hazards and aviation hazards. So we coordinate for aviation hazards. It's the aviation sectors, and for the on-land hazards mainly with the local government, and also for the disaster management agencies. And incident commander system is activated during the alert level 4. So we now talk about Agung. So Mount Agung is located in Bali. Bali is most popular tourist destination in Indonesia, and Mount Agung itself is a very sacred volcano, and Mount Agung is largest supports Bali economically, especially from tourism, agriculture, quarry industry, etc. And the previous eruption in 1963 have caused more than 1,000 people, have caused 1,000 deaths more. With VI5, it was one of the 10 largest volcano eruptions of the 20th century. And in Indonesia, Agung is is inside the 10 most deadliest volcano in Indonesia. So the problem is that there are around 200,000 people living around the hazard zones. So this is, I will not explain all of this, but this is how first we recognize the crisis at Agung. The first is anomaly detection. So we detected at the first time at this stage. So the observers reported to me that there was an increase in Agung in seismicity, and then we haven't increased our alert levels. But then a month later, it is obvious that we see a gas emission which is not normal for Agung. It's for the first time we see this, and that's why we increase the alert level. And then we increase until the highest alert level, but it wasn't erupting. And then it was erupted here. So this is the RSAM value. So the volcano erupted here. So the first note that it is important to detect the anomalous behavior. So because in the beginning many people doubted that this is this is related to Agung. People say that this might be tectonic because it is not located directly below the volcano. It is between Batur and Agung. But our observations show that there is anomalous behavior observed on the crater of Agung, but not at Batur. So at that time, we are very sure that this is related to Agung already. And this is the alert changes. You can read our paper in the scientific reports. It was published in 2019. And so we have changed levels so many times. So but unfortunately, that after we increased the alert level, volcano didn't erupt it soon, and that's caused some pressures. I will explain that later. And then we decreased the alert level, but then it is erupted. So we need to increase it again, level 4. So we did adaptive responses. This is one key of what we've done. During different alert levels, we do different things. Of course, at alert level 4, we do more things than during the alert level 2. So this is the list. I will not mention all of them because it's already 7 minutes. So we also communicate hazards. It's very important. And you see that on the background, that's the hazard map zones based on the deposits of the past eruptions. And this shaped like this is, so that's what we communicate to public. So we make it easier for public to understand. We don't want to put very detailed like something like this so that people who stay here will be safe, and then stay there, they are not safe. So we put more global so that people can understand better, and they could respond fast. So we did coordination. This is one of the most important things that we know that everyone from what the observatory roles are and what the other agency do. So this is every day we do this at least 2 times each day. So in the morning and in the afternoon to update what's the latest condition and to evaluate the recent condition from different sectors and to make further actions. And for the evacuations, as we increase the alert level to level 4, we have national supports. If we didn't increase to the highest alert level, there will not be support from the central government. So because we set it up to level 4, we have support from the central government. So the support, including the activations of ICS, the Incident Command System, and also the funding for evacuation expenses, communication network, evacuation signage, siren, protective mask, and others. So initially there were 140,000 around people got evacuated. But in fact, 70,000 or half of them were self-evacuated from outside the exclusion zone. So we need to get people come back to their homes if they are in the safe place. So we put this into Google Maps that at that time people can access. So if you open it now, it is not there anymore. But before, if you click Agong, you can locate where you are. So if you are in the safe place, you don't have to evacuate yourself. So for the information management, we use our platform, Magma Indonesia. You can access it freely, and you know how crucial information is during the crisis. So we routinely disseminate updated information to multiple stakeholders using factors. We still use it: emails, radio system. This is because not every region of the volcano is covered by GSM networks, so we use radio system. We have also the national and international mass media as our agent. So we have always we set up like 3 times a day of meeting with the mass media, and also we put the information on the web, on the Android app. We make WhatsApp group, and we also do social media. So we put also the press releases, something like this, updated informations for several period of times, and we put all the observational data, the seismic activities, how it works, and also the visual observations, satellite remote sensing, blah blah blah, and all of the data. Why we put this and why we give this to the public? Because it is not now. It is not enough to say to them that you're safe here or you're not safe here. They ask why, and they want to know. It's like when you're given you're healthy or you're sick. You need to know all the parameters even you're not a doctor. So that's why we try to put this. And if there are questions, of course, many questions because they are not seismologists or other specialty, but we need to patiently explain this. So this was the seismicity during crisis. So and socialization. So it's we call it like this. Maybe it's and we engage journalists, community, and religious leaders. And we need to go face to face to meet them. So it is highly. In the beginning, I did that with the journalist, because the journalist is they write it in the media, and that the public will read it. So that's the first step, and also we do the socializations to the local government and the evacuees. So because some of them they don't read, they hear, but they can hear. And I found it late, but it is also in fact important to meet the religious leader in Bali, because in Bali, in fact, the governor voice is not that important compared to the religious leader voice. So if this guy said you go to evacuation zone, in less than a day everyone will go. So during the crisis, there was no eruptions after we put it into the 4th level. So people often ask why you are too fast increasing the alert level. It's too fast. What is too fast? I asked back. So we don't know exactly when the volcano will erupt. But this is, I try to summarize this. So we observe anomalous activities: gas emission, water expulsion, thermal anomaly, and seismicity ramp up. And in the beginning, we had only 2 working stations, seismic stations, and also visual observation and some satellite thermal images, which limited our ability to forecast upcoming activity accurately. but we must make rapid decisions. We believe that if an eruption were to occur, it must likely be small. But even if it's small, if we do not give sufficient warnings, people will get panic, and maybe there will be more than 140,000 people who will leave their house. So that, moreover, if a larger eruptions follow. So we took decisions based on available data, even if they are limited. So we developed the monitoring network afterwards to increase our accuracy in forecasting future activity. And we didn't wait for monitoring stations to be, 6 minutes, to be completed to make decisions, because I counted. As they require some time to be achieved, which consequently will delay our decisions. At the same time, it risks people's lives. We considered the difficulty in evacuating elders. We need to think about this, even we are volcanologists, but we need to think about, it is not like level 4 and then everyone will go. It needs some time. And we think about small roads, hilly walking paths, limited mass vehicles, etc. And we thought that rapid decision, even if it is less accurate, is better than highly accurate but slow or even late decision. The early warning principle is that people have enough time to prepare or to anticipate. So we had more stations. We worked with VIDAP and installed new stations, and we also flew the drone-assisted multi-gas. But still, there are some limitations on our analysis. So we are still puzzled because before the eruption, there was a lack of shallow seismicity detected. And there are competing opinions. When an eruption doesn't occur, immediately after the alert level was set to the highest, people may doubt your credibility. So that's headlines. Priests climbed to the top of Bali Rambling volcano to prove scientists wrong. And then Bali government urged volcanologists to reevaluate Earth's. So this is what we faced. And also we have, this is competing opinions, competing interests, because at the same time, we want to mitigate disasters, but other agencies, they want money from tourism. So, or other agencies, they want money from the airplanes, and so we need to identify potential conflicts in the beginning, what could happen during the crisis, and we need to put a standard operational procedure between the related agencies, and if possible, to legalize this and make it as the reference when the crisis occurs. This is also, there's a procedure, this publication shows how much money lost because of the eruption of Mount Agung. And there was also political pressure because it was, in 2018, it was intended to be, Bali will be the host of the IMF meeting. So the government need to say, it is safe, but in the same time, we need to keep the awareness of people of the volcano. And fifth lesson, dealing with fake news. So we must patiently ward off the false news because ordinary people can simply believe it. So a spokespersons or public relation team is needed. So this was one of them. Bali volcano, NASA make shock warning. Mount Agung will cool entire planet. Really, and also German sites, it's also, let's say that Bali will be cut into half. And thankfully at that time we have a spokesperson, Mr. Sutopo Purwonugroho, who is unfortunately died already. But he helped us a lot in communicating this and to respond to such fake news. So key successes actions, this is the last 2 minutes. Okay, early detection is important. So we need to be sure that there is a crisis. And Volcano Observatory plays an important role here. And rapid decisions. So it's an early warning to provide sufficient time for the relevant agencies to respond. And third is adaptive responses. So hazard assessment, modeling, collaboration with VIDAP, we did for Agung and for inventories exercise and new instrument installations, coordination, etc., based on the volcanic alert levels. The continuous information openness and easiness. We open all the information, and sometimes we provide multilingual information when needed. And then we need to recognize, communicate to, and embrace influencers as our information spreaders, or like relevant agencies, religious leaders, community leaders, journalists. They have been proven effective, so, and they are free. Routine coordination is also important. Okay, what would you do differently if I have a quick bow bag? I will install more instruments, because at that time I had only 2 working stations. And I would also have a detailed chronology of the past eruption, because in fact it wasn't clear enough for me at the time. And the third is, and the second, if we know this, it may affect our decisions. And the third thing is that this was an idea of me. I was thinking about developing an international volcano expert elicitation system. We're currently developing this, but for internal use, for example, so it works like this. So we invite volcanologists as we want. So like if we trust this person, and this person, we could invite into that system. And we provide basic information like seismicity, blah, blah, blah. And then the invited person or expert could accept or could reject these proposals. If he accepts, he will receive the current data, and he has the responsibility to respond based on his or her specialty. So I was thinking that because during the crisis, I discussed a lot with other people. I discussed with Chris, and I discussed with Vidap, and also I discussed with others, with Robin, and also with some colleague, with Francois, with Benoit, and blah, blah, blah. So it is important to have different opinions, because sometimes we don't have experience that others have. So best practice recommendations, last slide, is invest more. So on IT stuff like database, web apps, supercomputer for modeling, etc., monitoring system, and personnel. If you have less, then you will work more. That's the case. And trust your available data, even if it's not complete. Keep an open mind, for example, from suggestion from others, and make rapid decision. We can undo the alert level by changing it in the future based on more complete data, but we can't undo the loss of lives. So, and the third one is maintain good communication, coordination with key stakeholders. Something like tabletop exercises, periodically conducted, because it may help you during the crisis. So one agency together, they know what to do. Thank you very much. Gracias.
Thank you. The time, the question and the discussion and some comment.
Many thanks. It was really interesting. I would like to know, I've seen that you put up the alert level to 4 one time, and then a second time when the actual eruption started. So when you put it up to 4 the first time, evacuation was starting, no, I guess. And then you had them all evacuated, but I didn't see the time scale. When the actual event happened, that did not show like shallow seismicity and everything, so it was kind of a surprise, I guess. Did people go back already to their homes, or could you manage to keep them evacuated? That was, I could not see this. I would like to know.
Okay. During the 4th level, we set the exclusion zone. So it was 9 to 12 kilometers. So and during alert level 4, the people who lived inside 9 and 12 kilometers from the summit, they have to keep in the shelter, evacuation shelter. When we decreased the alert level, we set a new exclusion zone. At that time, it was 6 to 7.5 kilometers. So some of them can leave the shelters and they can go back home. But when we increase it again, we change again, and they who need to get evacuated, they will go again to the shelters. Yeah, fortunately they obey it.
Yeah, I'm curious if you can comment on how the public react to this idea that there will be some evacuations and when eruptions don't happen, and how people have received that information given the things that you communicated during the crisis.
Yeah, in the beginning it was, before we increase it to alert level 4, we discuss it with other agencies. So they don't have the surprise like, oh, it's, we need to evacuate them. So we need to coordinate with them. For example, the National Agency for Disaster Management, we talk with them that soon maybe we will have to evacuate them. And we had some input from them, and but we play our part. So we just talk about the volcanological aspects, the hazards, and blah, blah. And they think that okay, they are okay with that, and so they evacuated the people, and some people, in fact, no one refused to move, but the unexpected things is that too much people want to move because there are so many felt earthquakes at that time. Even some houses got see the shade, yeah, not destroyed, but some cracks on their homes. So even if the eruption hasn't happened at that time, people really want to go out from their home, and the governor at the time said to them, and please go home. You are in a safe place for the 70,000 people. But they say that the governor needs to stay there first, so he can feel the earthquakes. So if he feels safe to stay there, we will come back. So that's okay. So at that time, the government could not, how to say, could not force them to not go back. To go back.
Yeah, you actually answered the part of the first question, which has to do with the fact that you said essentially half of the population that was evacuated did that spontaneously by themselves. So I have a related one. Is evacuation mandatory? Is it a choice? In other words, when the government calls evacuation, you have to evacuate, or you decide to or not? Is it forceful or mandatory? I have another question quickly before I finish. And secondly, it sounds from what you say that there's a certain amount of skepticism from the population about what was happening. They were asking a lot of questions to justify various things. I guess that, how is that related to the sort of the understanding of the system? Is it because they understood what was happening, or is it because they were feeling the events? Why were they so skeptical in a sense, which is what it sounds like?
Okay, for the first questions, it is mandatory for the institute, I mean the National Agency for Disaster Management to do the evacuations. But if the persons do not want to be evacuated, it's their own choices. It is like in Merapi, for example, there are still around 400 people who died during the 2010 eruptions. They don't want to be evacuated. So in one sense, it is a mandate for that agency to evacuate people, but it is also it is the right of that people to stay or not, or to go to the evacuation. And the second question is that the people, some of them, they know the previous eruptions. So it was a tragedy for Bali at that time, and there were more than 1,000 people died in 1963. So you can imagine that at that time, not so many people, and they heard from their families that the eruption was big, and then it created chaotic conditions, and many people died, and even the photos are still there, so people are they want to go because they are afraid of that experience in the past.
Okay, thank you for the very nice presentation. You said that you decided it was better to take decisions in uncertainty but rapidly. did you communicate this, and how and to whom? Like only to officials or to people, and how?
Yeah, as I told you that there was the coordinating graphic and flow chart that I showed. So before we increase the alert level, we always talk with the head of the local government and also the DMA, the Disaster Management Agency. So we tell them that we will increase the alert level, and that this is the possible hazards. So and this is the radius that we that need to be the exclusion zones. And after they receive that call, normally it's a call, and then we send that by letter, and we publish that to public through medias. And that's what we did. So and this is because we had a lot of eruptions every year, and this has become a standard. So it's not like something new. So when we send like an SMS to people at the national disaster management agency, they know what to do, because they already have the standard operational procedure for level 2, level 3, and level 4. Because level 2 is for local, level 3 is for the regional, and level 4 is for national.
Okay, thank you, Eric. We will proceed to the next talk. So I will invite the Christine. So the presentation, the personic examination of the beyond unrest and eruption, and inside look at what the real-time interpretation we got right, and what the research on the data we collected has shown us to be wrong. So,
okay. Yes. We are going to look at do this forensic examination of the Bardabunga unrest and eruption in 2014-15, and look at, in hindsight, what near real-time interpretations we got right, and what research we've done on the data since then that has shown us to be wrong, or maybe confirmed that we were right. But that'll be the focus. This is presentation by IMO and the University of Iceland. It's a collaborative effort to monitor, even though the responsibility is with IMO. It's very much a joint effort, so the teams complement each other very much. The outline of the talk here is, I'll show some background information about the eruption. I'll go through the timeline of the volcanic crisis, phase 1 and phase 2, that's a typo there. And in phase 1, from the dike propagation from the central volcano and rifting to the first short-lived eruption. And in this phase, we'll discuss the observations, the interpretation, and the hazard, and the actions taken. In phase 2 is when we go into the long-lived gas-rich eruption. That's at the end of August. And then again, also observations, interpretations, and actions. And then we'll look at were there any successes, what should we do differently than then, and what are the lessons learned from this. Here we have Iceland, and Bardabunga is located here in the eastern volcanic zone, here in the northwestern corner of Vatnajökull, the biggest glacier. It's covered by several hundred meters of glacier ice, and it has a long fissure swarms, associated fissure swarms to the north and south. And in the event, the magma propagated out of the caldera and along this red line here to an eruption site north of the glacier. So for a long time, the dike was propagating underneath several hundred meters of ice, with then constant possibility of having a subglacial eruption and flooding. And here you can see, looking at the caldera of Bardabunga from the west, and the diameter is approximately 11 kilometers, I think. So this was a major rifting event. It's the largest effusive eruption in Iceland since the 1783 Laki eruption. And it lasted 6 months, and the lava flow covered 84 square kilometers here north of the glacier, and with an estimated bulk volume of 1.4 cubic kilometers, it released up to 9 megatons of SO2 into the atmosphere, and it also involved 60-meter caldera subsidence that accompanied the eruption. Here are just some scenes from the site. It was very difficult to work there. Both it was a lot of ash and also gases that were very dangerous. The fissure was erupting for a long time. The plume was bent over. It wasn't very tall, so the threat to aviation wasn't great. But as it turned out, the gas was the main threat. Here's the timeline of the volcanic crisis, both phases 1 and 2. And it starts on the 16th of August in 2014 at 3 a.m. in the morning. It begins with an intense seismic swarm that propagates around the caldera, and then out of the caldera, and around evening on the 16th and beginning of the 17th, it starts propagating along the dike out to the north. And on the 19th, the dike propagation stalls, and it sits there for several days. And then on the 23rd, there's a detection of volcanic tremor suggesting glacial eruption onset. And this made us, especially me, really nervous, because it looked to me like what we've seen in previous eruptions when there's been an eruption in Grímsvötn that is covered by has a big lake, caldera lake, and I was sure that there was a magma ice interaction there, but we never found any water. So on the 29th of August, a minor eruption started. It lasted only a few hours. It was north of the glacier, and then it stopped. And the lateral dike propagation stopped, and then it had propagated out of the glacier and to the north of the ice where it erupted. And that was then the beginning of a long-lasting fissure eruption on the 31st of August that lasted until, I think it was 26th of February. There was again a small eruption on the 5th, a little bit farther south, but that lasted, I think, only 2 days or so. So there were these 2 minor eruptions that sort of died out. On the 5th of September, it was discovered that there was this major collapse in the caldera. We had not realized this, and this was Magnus Thumi's team that was doing this surveying and realized this. And then on the 6th of September, there was the first detection of unusually high values of SO2 concentrations in inhabited area. This was in the town of Reyðarfjörður to the northeast of the site, and it caused many serious or at least significant problems. People had to lock themselves inside their houses and turn the heat up and try to not let the gases come in. And then here are some posteriori analysis. On the 19th, we know afterwards that the onset of the caldera collapse linked to withdrawal of the magma started on the 19th of August. So it took 18 days for us to realize that the caldera was dropping by, I think, about a meter per day or something in the first period. On the 27th of August, there were observations found, sorry, I forgot this one, the 23rd, where we saw this tremor, but we never saw any cauldrons or any signs. But then finally on the 27th, there were cauldrons found on the southeast margins of Bardabunga, and also one above the dike farther out. And then I think I covered everything else. Yes, and so there's this long delay in the caldera collapse, and also we see a tremor, and it takes several days for the signs of melting to become clear. And then also on the 5th of September, there were more cauldrons found farther out on the dike. Here's phase 1. These are the observables from the 16th of August until the end of August. There was the onset of eruptions. There were over 9,000 earthquakes located, and they're up to 5.9 in magnitude. We haven't finished even analyzing all the earthquakes. I think there's about 30,000 events associated with this. Most of the depths were above 10 kilometers, probably 7 mostly, I think, once we relocated them. And the dike propagated out of the central volcano on the evening of the 16th. There was significant deformation associated with this, but I should relate this to the seismicity here. This is going from the 16th on the first day for 30 days. So the seismicity starts here in the northeast. It propagates around the caldera. It leaves the caldera in the evening and then starts propagating to the north. It sits here from the 19th until the 23rd, and then it just zips through the north. And as it was propagating through here, it set off these tremors because it was propagating underneath these cauldrons exactly when we saw these tremor signals. And then we can see here in the cross-section that when the magma was, or the seismicity, we're assuming that the magma was there also, that it exited and it went down, and then it came up again here and went into the dike. So later we found that there is a vertical channel going down to about 20 kilometers. There was significant deformation on a site here. There was 30 centimeters of movement to the west and also to the north. There was a minor eruption on the 29th. And then these cauldrons that were formed here on the dike and these here on the shoulder of the volcano. And the caldera collapse was not yet detected at this time. The segmented dike is shown here. We located these by high precision. Here you also see the collapsing of the caldera. You can see the displacement vectors. There's like huge displacements. And here we can follow the dike, and the seismicity is shown here. We all thought initially that the seismicity was on top of the dike because we had all been taught that the fracturing is occurring above the dike. But then after the modeling of the GPS and the INSAR data, it turned out that the deformation was above, so that the magma was above it and the seismicity underneath. And that was something that was surprising to us, but there was actually a resolution by these geodetic data to see that the magma was there. It was not coming straight up, at least in the northern part, so probably it was propagating along the dike and not coming straight up like some people think. Here is the tremor sequence from the 23rd of August. It goes from 9 o'clock to 3 o'clock. And at the time, I was only looking at here from 10:45 to around 11:30 or something. And when I see a signal like that that has a strong continuous amplitude here at 1 hertz, that looks really much like Grímsvötn eruptions and also the Eyjafjallajökull eruption. So I was convinced that there was magma interacting with ice and melting water. So we went to red, and later in the day there was another small sequence. And as it turned out, the dike was in the high precision locations. We can see that the seismicity is going actually during this time. It's propagating through this region. So I think we can safely say that this is due to activity in the southernmost cauldron, which is this one. Possibly this is due to activity in that one, but it's not sure. But definitely there is magma ice interaction in that region. Here is a more familiar RSAM plot for different frequency bands, and it's this red signal, the low frequency signal from 0.5 hertz to 1, that is the telltale sign of something melting. There was also some on the following day, 24. So the interpretation is that there was lateral magma migration out of the, okay, I still have more than 5 minutes? Okay, all right. So the magma dike was 45 kilometer long towards the eruption site. The volume estimate was based on deformation modeling, and it induced a lot of stress in the nearby volcanoes and induced seismicity in Askja volcano to the north and Tungafellsjökull to the west. And this tremor signal on the 23rd indicates that there was magma ice interaction and that possibly a small subglacial eruption occurred. The hazard assessment that was done included potential for a phreatomagmatic eruption in case there was magma coming up out of the ground underneath the glacier. It would have melted a lot of ice and could have caused a lot of flood, both going north and south. So flood was the main threat, both to the north and the south. There was also potential hazard for tephra fallout. And the hazard assessment made was based on historical activity of Bárðarbunga over the last historical 1,000 years. These are the key actions. In the beginning of the event, we started having the scientific advisory board meetings. They were regularly every day in the morning. There were members from IMO, from the University of Iceland, and from Civil Protection. The aviation color code, when the event started on the 16th, went from green to yellow. And this was decided jointly by IMO and University of Iceland. But because this is an aviation color code, it's the responsibility of IMO to make this decision. The aviation color code then was changed to orange on the 18th. And also this was done through a joint decision. And the issue of the first official advisory board fact sheet, including potential scenarios, started on the 18th. And after that, daily, after the meeting, there would be people that would sit down and write a summary of what people agreed on was the cause of events, and also the scenarios. Then it was Civil Protection that published it. We began installing more seismic stations because the volcano was in the middle of a glacier and difficult to get seismometers there. But we started running seismometers in the ice, and we have since then been running 2 stations there, so this was a learning experience. Also GPS stations, because the dike was propagating out of our network, and collaborators from the US, they brought GPS stations to encompass the dike. And then our collaborator Crispin from Diaz, he brought an array and installed it north of the glacier. So we had more observational equipment. There was an evacuation call because of flood hazard on the 20th, and it's Civil Protection that does that, and the police enforces it. Aviation color code on the 23rd went to red, and then checkpoints were established in the area and was monitored by the police. Okay. Then on the second phase, when the continuous eruption started here north of the glacier, August to 9th of October, then most of the activity on the dike was in the northern part, and then there were these large earthquakes along the caldera rim. And this was due to the fact that the caldera floor was dropping, and the dike and the rupturing was propagating around the caldera. I think there were just over 80 events of magnitude over 5 that occurred. The large fissure eruption started on the 31st of August in the same place as the short-lived eruption. The volcanic tremor was detected on the 3rd of September. It was smaller than on the 23rd, but that was located by the seismic array, and we could locate it Chris's student, Eva Eidel, located it to the region here where these cauldrons were. The caldera subsidence was discovered on the 5th of September, and the first anomalous detection of elevated SO2 in an inhabited region was on the September 7th. Here is these tracks that they did with the airplane, and then they discovered that the caldera floor had dropped 17 meters. So this was the first discovery on the 5th of September that the caldera was falling. And here are hourly averages of SO2 concentrations at these places around northeast Iceland. These are towns, and here in early September, it went above the health limits. And so for all of these towns, through the following months, there was highly elevated SO2 levels, so people locked themselves inside. The interpretation included withdrawal and eruption of magma that triggered the collapse of Bardabunga. The ongoing fissure eruption was in a very remote area and therefore not really causing that much of a hazard because it was nobody living there. And the initial hazard assessment was for the eruption to include lava flow with almost no risk due to the remoteness. Also flood potential in case of a subglacial eruption, and also tephra fallout. And only a week after the eruption started, this SO2 pollution turned out to be the main hazard that was occurring in the eruption. And then soon in September, people started, I think it was mostly Sara, they started calculating the distribution of gas, and then later it turned to be animation modeling. And the key actions that were taken, the scientific advisory board meetings, they kept on. They were regularly every day, and they were now attended also by the Environmental Institute and the Department of Health. And I should point out that there's a poster that Magnus Tumi has just outside, that there's more information about these meetings and interactions with the civil protection and the public. And the aviation color code changed to red and quickly back to orange on the day when the long-lived eruption started, because the plume wasn't really that high. There was an evacuation called for flood hazard on the 3rd of September when there were signs of episodic tremor, and it looked like there might be magma-ice interaction, but nothing happened. The restricted access to the area was enforced on the 4th of September, and the only people who were allowed to go there were people who had the instruments to attend to. And a lot of Icelanders were really unhappy with this, because we don't like to be told we can't travel around our country. The improved monitoring with online sensors for SO2 were implemented on the 8th of September, and this was the Environmental Institute that provided that. The forecast for SO2 dispersal started on the 8th of September. The SMS system to alert people of elevated SO2 also was implemented on the 9th by Civil Protection, and the adoption of health levels from a table from Hawaii was adopted to Icelandic situations was adopted on the 9th of September to advise people on how to deal with this gas. So this is from the 24th of October until so for 2 days. It shows how the gas was dispersed around the country. It was going to about red, which is 2,000 micrograms per cubic meter, I think. So this was significant and not very pleasant. I remember we smelled it in Reykjavik. So any successes? There were no fatal accidents. That's a success. And also we managed to have one message, one voice approach. We didn't always agree, and we had sometimes heated discussions, and we all thought we were right, but sometimes we weren't, sometimes we weren't. But we didn't go to the media to seek attention, to say things that were not agreed upon. So we would, in these meetings, there would be a discussion, and then there was a decision of what would be put in this sheet that was published every day. And so there was a common message. There was also this joint leadership by the two institutions, by IMO and the University of Iceland, and that worked out very well, how to manage and convey the information to the public. So it was also a successful collaboration between the scientists and the decision makers, the civil protection, in translating the hazard to risk. And this, you should also see Magnus's poster. What to do differently? Iceland was not at all prepared for a gas-rich eruption, and the initial SO2 pollution was not considered a potential hazard. We had been trying to get funding to build a gas monitoring network from a Nordic funding, and they always said, oh, it's a very nice proposal, but you know, this is not significant. But the year after the eruption, we got the fund. So also, we would, this is Sarah's recommendation, we should dedicate more time to the events where some disagreement between the different interpretations of scientists arose. It's really important, because we are all interpreting our data or our observations the best way we know how, And it's important that we discuss them as much as we can, because otherwise it's difficult to learn. So one of the lessons learned, what the seismic array observation showed us, that the tremor can be generated by the cracking of the crust above the dike as it's propagating. So this continuous micro-earthquakes that are happening above the dike, they can generate the kind of tremor that we were observing. So this was a very important lesson learned. And here is just an example. This is the real section of data, and then here is synthetic data for a shallow and for a slightly deeper event. So you can generate spectrograms that the ones we were looking at. I was sure that this was water flowing, but probably I was wrong. So in addition to the seismic array, the need for a more structured approach to define eruptive scenarios, like building an event tree in quiet time, is something that Sarah has been talking about for a long time. And the importance of communicating uncertainty is also important, so that from the scientists, so that people can get used to that we don't always know exactly what's going on, and they learn how to interpret what we're saying, how much to believe it, and not to freak out, even though some things is a little bit unclear or uncertain. And so also the importance of multi-parametric monitoring network is really turned out to be a demonstrator in this eruption, because some systems were showing something clearly, others not, and it's really important to have a multi-parameter system. And then also the strength of including scientific judgment in the construction of risk assessment is also one of the lessons learned. IMO does not do risk assessment, we do the hazard evaluation, but the scientists interacted with the civil protection to come to a risk assessment in this event. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Christine. We have a time of the question now. So, okay.
Thank you for your interesting presentation. Could you tell me what measures did you advise to the population to protect from SO2?
As far as I know, there wasn't much to do. If they had gone out in their cars, they would have just been breathing it. So they were told to lock their houses and close all the windows and turn the heat up. That would mean there would be air streaming out of the house. And so they would just hold up for a day or something like that.
Just related to your last slide, I was surprised to see tolerate, understand. That makes a huge difference, because at least for what we know now, uncertainty is an intrinsic part of the nature.
Yeah.
The nature is uninterested in what we like and what we don't like.
Yeah.
People has to understand uncertainty, not tolerate, because it's not our it's not necessarily our limitation that create uncertainty. It's partially an intrinsic part of the nature. So we have to educate people that we can't predict exactly everything. So again, probably it's just one word, but
we also make mistakes. For instance, we also do the locating of all earthquakes in Iceland. And sometimes we have big earthquakes out in places there where everybody knows there are no earthquakes. It happens. And they go on the internet. So people know, oh, every now and then something happens. There's no problem. It just means that there's a minor hurdle. So it's also important that they see that we are not infallible, that there's uncertainty and sometimes hopefully not serious mistakes, but it's like the weather forecast. The weather forecast is most of the time wrong, but people know how to use it anyway.
Do you have a different color code for aviation and floods and gas?
There is an aviation color code that is an international one, but Sarah is working with people in the monitoring group on a definition of a local hazard scale or color code for the underground hazards. Maybe you want to add something to this, Sarah? I don't know.
we are mainly at operating. But it is clear that there is a gap on how then to address the ground-based hazards that, again, could be tephra fallout, could be floods. So the work is ongoing, but there is this awareness that this is a kind of a gap, even though somehow it is then addressed by the response that the civil protection is taking in, they're working through their own alerts where they're also including the ground-based hazards. So they are closing areas due to floods. Right.
Okay, thank you, Christine. So we will proceed to the next talk. The volcanic crisis in Italy, keeping people safe and lesson learned and recommendation for the creation and use of the short-term forecast.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Okay. Today I will talk about the last lateral eruption at Mount Etna that occurred on last December 24. But before I need to talk a little about emergency classification in Italy. Since in Italy the disasters are classified in three types. Type R, that is a municipal level, is the crisis that will be resolved by the measure with own resource. Type B is a provincial and regional, and so the regional department of civil protection is mainly involved in managing this crisis, and Type C, that are national emergency, that are managed by National Department of Civil Defense. In the classic color scale, four-level color scale on volcanic activity, in green, the main role is in the management is developed by the measure of municipality, and the department, the regional department of civil protection and the prefecture are only informed of what's happened. In yellow, the measure and the regional department have a role in the management of the crisis, and the national department is only informed. In orange, we have an involvement of the national department in the management of the crisis, and in red, the national department have the major role, have the coordination of the crisis management. The scenarios, consequently, were classified in local level scenarios and national level scenarios. For Etna, the national level scenarios are three, and are related to Plinian high explosivity activity, Plinian eruptions, lava flow that impact on infrastructure in habitat area or towns, and major landslide and slope collapse that may create an avalanche of the hot debris that can impact on villages and towns. This is the regional department, the local alert levels of the regional departments of civil protection. They choose to not color the volcanic alert level in order to don't generate the confusion with the national alert level. But they classified the normal activity as local population phase base, in increase with a sudden variation of monitoring parameter, increased activity, they have a local operation watch. And when the volcano is in disequilibrium, they have local operation phase named warning, and the last one is alert, is covered by this thing, that is when an eruption is ongoing. And this is the national alert levels for Mount Etna. Obviously, Mount Etna is a volcano with a persistent activity, so in the green level, the rapid activity that occurs at the summit craters is considered normal. When we have an increase of this activity, National Department of Civil Protection decided to change alert level, and in function of the kind of activity recognized, they adopt the correct alert level. This is the communication flows that is based on alert levels. Consequently, when we have a change in alert level, we change the way as communicate at the civil defense, regional and national. In general, we issued multidisciplinary bulletins that are transmitted to national department, but also to region and prefecture. And are region and prefecture that decide what to do and activate municipality, park, and operative structures. When, sorry, this is for national scenarios, is that the national department that decide what kind of action to do. For local scenarios, only Department of Civil Protection and the municipality that define what kind of action are necessary. But come back at Mount Etna. Mount Etna now is monitored with a multidisciplinary network. Is composed of about 160 stations, and the backbone is made from digital network and GPS network, but we have also infrasound, GPS, altimeter, tensimetric network, geochemical network, video cameras, meteorological, and so on. We have also gravimetric and magnetic networks, and when an eruption occurs, we made a periodic measurement on geochemical and geophysical parameters. All these data are collected by means of transmission system, a hybrid transmission system based on satellite, Wi-Fi, and UHF transmission, and all data are gathered in operations room in Catania, where normally the two people are involved in the operations rooms. And in addition, we have 4 on-duty researchers and 4 on-duty technicians that are available 24 hours a day. And the December 24 eruption was a very short-lived eruption and lasted only 4 days. The chronology was illustrated in these slides, and the phenomenon began at 7:38 all-time RGMT. Excuse me. Okay. And the first sign of this eruption the first sign of this eruption was an emission on white and steam that began from the summit craters. And from this moment it became more constant and intense. At 8:30 starts a seismic worm. This is seismograms. At 9:51 the Volcano, one of the 4 summit craters, have the first puff of ash that was immediately dispersed by the wind, but the ash became continuously at 10:03, and we have a pink ash due to lithic, diluted, and continuous. At 1041, dark ash emissions from northeast crater, another of the summit craters. At 1055, the emission the ash emission involved also the Volcano, and the thermal image showed that the ash was formed about continuous strombolian activity at this band. Between 1111 and 1140, we have the first eruptive vent open, and eruptive fracture begins to spread from the southeast base of new southeast craters towards southeast along the western edge of the Valle del Bove. Valle del Bove is a big depression that characterizes the eastern flank of the volcano. The opening of the vent was accompanied by short-lived lava fountains. The opening of the vents was also accompanied by the production of small hot debris avalanche that propagate in the western wall of the Valle del Bove. At 1148, the lava fountain activity at the crater began no longer observable after only 37 minutes of activity. At 12, the strombolian activity at the top of the crater ended, and between 11 and 1249, the Volcano northeast crater produced numerous discrete explosions with frames of about 1-4 minutes. And with the highest of jets of about 500, 600 meters. At the same time, the pre-existing explosive activity from the top of the new southeast craters was interrupted, and the fusible activity was reduced at 20. At 20 was definitely concluded. The activity continued only by the lower part of the eruptive fracture, feeding the flow in Valle del Bove. The other very interesting phenomenon was the earthquake occurred at 2:19 of December 26, where an ML 4.8 was recorded, and this earthquake damaged some villages on the volcano eastern side. The lava flow stopped the same days, in the night between 26 and 27, but the seismic swarm continued and ended only on 9 January of the 2019. This is the map of fracture field, pyroclastic deposit along the fracture, and also the lava flow. There was very little lava flow, was only about 3 millions of cubic meters, plus or minus something, obviously. Have an average thickness of 3-6 meters, and the coverage was less than 1 kilometer, the square kilometers. This is a picture of the fracture field with the various vents, the 11 vents that opened along the fractures. And the yellow arrows indicate the single vent, and the two squared, the yellow square, are what happened? Oh. Sorry. Okay. The two yellow squares show the picture show below the thermal image that was very useful to identify lava flows and map it. From the seismic point of view, the activity was from some year, from the beginning of the 2017, a trend and positive trend that become more evident from October 2018. And obviously we have an acceleration of the process before the eruption beginning. In total, we recorded 4,400 volcano tectonics event with a magnitude equal or greater than 1. And this is the histogram with the number of events recorded during this swarm. If we compare the stray release recorded during this eruption with the last 20 years of records, we observe a similar amount of release only for the 2001 eruption that was another short-living eruption, but was followed in 1 year, but the 2002 eruption that was very bigger. This is the distribution, the epicentral distribution of earthquakes. The color scale represents the time from the beginning of the swarm in blue until the end of the 24 December in red. And we observe that the first part of the swarm was characterized, was located in the central part of the volcano and in some way recovered the trend of eruptive fractures. After the opening of the vents, the seismicity migrated in the southern wall of Valle del Bove, and we observed almost 2 trends, and some people obviously hypothesized that the dike was migrating towards the south, and the possibility of opening of eruptive vent at lower altitude, and consequently that may involve inhabited part of the volcano was very high. But 25 and 26 December showed the migration, the seismicity in a peripheral part of the volcano. This is the location of 4.8 magnitude earthquake. And in the following days, the seismicity spread also towards peripheral parts of the volcano. If we think that oh, it's very short. It's the total image. We can observe that the seismicity involved the peripheral and deeper part of the volcano. This is some macroseismic effect of the earthquakes. There was several charts damaged and was unstable. Serious damage was mainly concentrated in Fleri and in Pennisi villages. These are some faulting effect and this is the deformation recorded by GPS permanent network. And this was the near real-time dike modeling that we obtained in 3 hours from the beginning of the eruptions. And we have a dike that recovered the direction of the fracture fields. Horizontal deformation was very intense in the following days. We observe short deflations in the upper part of the volcano, but a big spread of the volcano with an acceleration of the formation in the eastern part of the volcano. But also western part showed a very intense movement. From the SAR interferometry that show a classic butterfly shape, but also the effect of the earthquake, we was able to modelize the feeding system with 3 different sources. We have also a lot of other precursors, but I haven't time to show it. Volcanic tremor, tiltmeter, strain meter, and also geochemical parameter give us several information. In addition, obviously, at the beginning of the eruption, lava flow simulation was made. Change in alert level. Before December 24, the Sicilian Region Department of Civil Protection was in a local operation phase of watch, since there was volcanic activity at the summit crater. For the same reason, on December 20, also National Department of Civil Protection changed alert level in yellow, and operational phase in watch. During the first day of the emergency, the Athenian Observatory activated the on-duty researcher, have an intense communication flow managed by operation room, and information was shared with national and regional department of civil protection. We made 40 volcanic activity notice, 3 VONA with 3 change of color level, and 1 extraordinary activity notice that contain hazard evaluation on the situation, like lava flow simulation, but also evolution of the scenarios. Several tens of contacts was occurred with national, regional department, but also with the prefecture. Several field stations, numerous researchers and technologists was involved in data analysis, modeling, and interpretation of the phenomena, and an extraordinary video conference was issued by the national department in order to evaluate the situation. Consequently, we decided to boost the seismic network and the GPS network with the some mobile stations. December 24, the regional Department of Civil Protection changed local operation phase in alarm, but the National Department of Civil Protection decided to stay on the yellow alert level, since no one of the national scenarios was prospected. On December 26, we have a relatively low communication flow, only 13 volcanic activity notice, several tens of telephone contacts, convocation in prefecture with the aid of the regional and national civil protection, and the numerous teams was involved on the field. Overall, in the emergency management, we have 2 invitations in prefecture, 2 major risk commission, that is the scientific commission that support National Department of Civil Protection in their decision, 120 volcanic activity notice, 5 VONA, 2 special volcanic activity notice, about 35 people involved in field activity, and about 30 researchers involved in data analysis, modeling, and hazard estimation. After the 9th of January, when we declared ended the seismic warm, Seismic Regional Department decided to stay in alert, and only 7 days, after 7 days, they changed the local operation phase. And in 29 of March, pardon, non lo so. May you help me? Something that, okay, thank you. Okay, and the National Department of Civil Protection stay in yellow because for the national point of view, the scenarios was only for was able only for the national operation phase. Communication, great number of interview and in-depth interview with researchers from Observatory Ateneo and the Roman section. And there was very important to have a list of talking points that we shared between the researchers in order to have unique communication. And was very important also the role of social media and also by press office. Major problems was different communication protocols that we have for volcanic and earthquake, volcanic events and earthquakes. Consequently, in Catania at Atenean Observatory, we communicate only volcanic events. And from Rome, from the National Earthquake Observatory, they communicate the earthquakes activity, and especially the magnitude 4.8 earthquake. Consequently, at the first moment, the civil protection don't understand that the earthquake was connected to the eruption activity. The problem was faced and solved in the following month, and from January 2020, the Volcanological Observatory will take care of the communication in any case. And the warning and threshold. Despite the 3 volcanic activity notice and before eruption beginning, none of them clearly stated that an eruption was about to begin. E porca miseria. Consequently, all researchers present at that moment were aware that an eruption was about to begin, but for the principle of caution, we wait too long to communicate the imminent eruption. And probably this is a boiled frog effect. And this happened due to the lack of a threshold, but also of a legislative process, then are able to highlight that the phenomenon is irreversible and then an eruption is imminent. Questa la saltiamo. Recommendation for the creation and use of short-term forecasts. On the basis of our experience, I consider it necessary to have a threshold that uniquely identifies the moment in which the process is reversible and that triggers the sending of early warning message. In the number, if the number of available cases do not allow the elaboration of statistical reliable threshold, the use of a legislative process between experts is suggested. Concluding and trying to answer to the organizer questions, which of your action being key to success? I think that the organization of an observatory is well established thanks to the numerous rupture events that we have to face. Consequently, we have an emergency plan that is essential and must be done during a calm period so that each person always knows what to do, how to do, and when to do. Obviously, the organization must provide for a minimum number of people always on duty so as to be able to cope with events during holidays or in any case in period of reduced staff. Were there an action that you forgot? Yes, we managed the short-term forecast not well. Consequently, we need to face this problem for the next eruption. 3 lessons. In hazard assessment, always consider multi-risk scenarios. In this case, the 4.8 earthquake was generated by the stress induced by the dike, and consequently we learned that we have to consider these factors in future eruption. Observatory emergency plan, definition of role and action, and clear and unequivocal communication with talking point to press and the stakeholder to communicate the phenomena that occur and the uncertainty of the evolutionary scenario. Thank you, and sorry for the mistakes.
Thank you for the presentation. Huh? Eh? Oh yeah, we need to stop that so that we cannot accept the question. So that we will close the session 1A. Thank you very much.
I think the lunch starts at 2, and we have four talks. We might only do 3 of them, but let's just take time, go to the bathroom, get the coffee if you want it, and come back in 10 to 15 minutes.
Okay, good morning. Thank you very much for the organizers for inviting me to give this talk. So effectively the Mayotte volcanic zone, which is located in the Mozambique Channel between East Africa and Madagascar, started a major eruptive unrest a few thousand years since the last one, but we have a lot of uncertainty on the eruptive past. And so we've had to develop, during a crisis, a new observatory to try to provide some, obviously some information, knowledge on the phenomena and to inform the stakeholders. So of course the talk that I will present today represents the contributions of a very large group of persons that are listed here, and some probably I've forgotten. And so thank you very much for all their contributions. So Mayotte is located here. It's part of the Comoros archipelago, which is a volcanic ridge spreading between the eastern part of Africa and Madagascar in a very complex tectonic zone, because it's located in the divergent system of the East African system with a very spread out plate boundary. You can notice there's different blocks, and there's very little information on the reason why we have so much magmatism in this area. There is some information on Mayotte volcanology. There's much more that we need to know. We know that volcanic activity started about 20 million years ago. It produces a variety of generally alkaline rocks, from basalts to phonolites. We know that there's been a lot of quaternary explosive activity, and namely scoria cones and phreatomagmatic phonolithic maars that are located within populated areas. And tephra layers in the lagoon sediments show that perhaps volcanic activity is younger than 7,000 years, but again, there's lots of uncertainty on that. And previous bathymetric studies showed that there was a large volcanic ridge here with lots of cones that you can see here, identify in these earlier works, and also to the north of Mayotte. The activity began on the 10th of May 2018 with a strong seismic unrest. At the time, there were only 3 seismic stations on the island, one of which was a very simple station used in the school outreach program. And you can see here the first few months from May to July of 2018 of the activity. As of October 31st of this year, we've recorded and located more than 9,000 earthquakes using both terrestrial and ocean bottom seismometer network. There have been more than 2,000 events above magnitude 3.5, more than 32 events above magnitude 5, and 2 of these events were above 5.5, including the largest event was a 5.9 on May 15, just a few days after the eruption. And there are still several earthquakes felt by the population, which have suffered fissures and cracks in the buildings and small local slumping. So the initial activity was monitored by the BRGM, the French Geologic Survey, who are the only ones who had an office on island. There was seismic unrest, and there was also a major deformation unrest that was noticed by people that use every day GPS data for topographers on island. So here you can see the whole time series of the displacement, relative eastern, northern, and vertical displacement starting in 2014 with the regional trends. And you can see here that about April, May of 2018, there's a big ramp in acceleration, exponential acceleration of this deformation, and then recently a tapering off of the deformation. So there were a few stations on island, GPS stations on island, and the initial modeling was showing that the source of deformation was offshore, as was the epicenters of the earthquakes. Here you can see the entire time series of earthquakes above magnitude 3.5 with a very big peak at the beginning, some variation during different phases of the eruption. We are now here in November. The seismic activity has tapered down, as you can see on this graph of the seismic moment release, but we still had 2 weeks ago more than 6 felt earthquakes in a 2-week period. You can see here the map of all the epicenters that are located. All of these are linked to the initial limited network, and all of these are linked to the current network that is much more improved. So because this crisis developed offshore, and there was no monitoring network. It was very clear that we had to set up some major oceanographic campaigns. So to this date, 5 campaigns were organized using vessels from the National Fleet and the Ifremer Institute. And these campaigns provided a wealth of information. One of the first information was that they helped identify much better the volcanic ridge, as you can see here. This is the island of Mayotte here, and there's a small island, Petite Terre, which I will mention several times, that's located here, just on the edge of the submarine slope. And you can see here this whole line of cones, lava flows, and different edifices that spread about 50 kilometers to the east. And these oceanographic campaigns notice formation of a big volcano here, about 5 cubic kilometers of material, 800-meter high volcano that was built on 3,000-meter depth ocean floor, and then some additional lava flows during the next months. There's another lava flow that was located to the west, and just recently we found out there was another lava flow to the north. So probably this eruption is still going on. So we have been able to measure the volume of these lava flows, and I will discuss this a little bit now. So this eruption is effectively the largest effusive eruption known on the Earth since 1783, since the Laki eruption. And you can see here the different numbers that I gathered from the literature in terms of volume and flux. Laki, of course, is an extreme outlier. The eruption lasted a bit less long than the Mayotte eruption, but it produced about 15 cubic kilometers with a peak flux rate of almost 700 cubic meters. Mayotte has, depending on the hypothesis on the beginning of the eruption, produced up to 5.6 cubic kilometers, as we know of August 21st, with flux rates oscillating between 140 and 170, and perhaps in the first phase up to 200 cubic meters per second. So it is by far the second largest effusive eruption since the Laki eruption, and that is a very important point. Now, these oceanographic campaigns also showed very interesting data. You can see here plumes that were measured by these acoustic plumes measured by the sonars. You can see the profile of the floor here with the volcano, and these are plumes rising 2,000 meters above the volcano at the time it was erupting. They also noticed other plumes at different areas here closer to the island in this area of major volcanic activity, past volcanic activity. Now, another important aspect that was done during these cruises is they were able to do CTD rosette sampling and profiling through the water column, measuring conductivity, temperature, and pressure, and therefore depth, and sampling the water at different levels at 10 different sites. Those sites are shown here with these little labels. And here you have a map of the anomaly so far in pH and methane measured at these sites. And you can see that not only the current eruptive sites has a very high anomaly in methane and relatively low pH, but you find the similar values for the sites where you have plumes that were detected much closer to the island where the population lives. There were also a number of dredges that were obtained along here. These polygons and rocks were obtained from the eruptive sites along the ridge and also closer to the island. And you can see here in this task diagram the composition of all the lavas from the new eruptive sites in this area, which are basically tephrites. And you can also see the composition of some rocks that were dredged here, very fresh-looking, vitreous, glassy, more than 2,700 people per square kilometer. And you can see immediately the relics of the Holocene explosive activity, very nice nested tuff cones and tuff rings. And there's also a line of cindercones here, tephritic cindercones, and these are phonolithic tuff rings and tuff cones. And you can see here a map of the concentration of diffuse degassing of CO2 made in the first campaign along 2 profiles. And there are some known, historically known sites where you have a high flux of gases, mostly CO2 with a trace of helium and perhaps a trace of H2S with a magmatic signature. As based on the initial measurements, these compositions and flux have been constant throughout the eruptive activity, but new sites have been discovered, namely very closely to the airport here. This is the context. Petite Terre, the island of the rest of Mayotte, population is about 256,000 people, very high population density. And this was an exceptional seismovolcanic crisis because, as I said, the unrest occurred after a long repose period. It's the most voluminous eruption, effusive eruption in the last 200 years. It's submarine eruption. It occurs 50 kilometers away from a very populated island in deep waters, so therefore the access is difficult. There was no monitoring network, very little knowledge, especially of the submarine volcanic paths of the Mayotte Ridge. And there are other aspects such as the alkalinity of the magmas, their volatile, rich nature, the links between the magmas erupted offshore and the magmas that erupted recently on Mayotte. And there are, of course, a number of risks for Mayotte in a context of very socio-economically vulnerable population. And this represents really the largest integrated national effort on a volcanic crisis in France since the famous Soufrière eruption in 1976. So the monitoring challenges were linked to these potential hazards, the submarine slope instability near Petite Terre and the risk of triggering tsunamis, the continuing subsidence and submersion, I will mention that later, the strongly felt earthquakes, of course the issue of the migration of the magma along the Mayotte volcanic rift zone, because it's going towards the east, but we have no knowledge of the whole area and we don't understand how it's functioned in the past. So there is a potential that magma continues to be injected along this ridge and including closer to Mayotte, with the issue of potentially reactivating volcanism on Petite Terre. So in addition to the oceanographic campaign, it was very clear that we had to set up an observatory for different reasons. It's called the network, the seismological and volcanological network of Mayotte, because as of now there's no physical building in Mayotte acting as an observatory, but we are essentially creating a different type of observatory, which is a nationwide a network. It was given by the Prime Minister the responsibility to the IPGP with BRGM to operate this observatory in collaboration with the CNRS and the Ifremer Oceanographic Institute, and this observatory network will be initially based at the Piton de la Fournaise Observatory in La Réunion. So we have developed this network. I won't go into great details, but you can see it's quite complicated because you need to combine the problem of the submarine monitoring sites, the oceanographic surveys, monitoring the activity with terrestrial networks using data from many different institutes. And so we've created a crisis management committee, and there are also, of course, a lot of scientific actions developed at the same time because we're doing the science at the same time that we're doing the monitoring. So, of course, the network has these classical objectives here, which I won't repeat, but they're the classical goals of any observatory or network. And right now, we're functioning on a 7-day basis, but only during the day, not H24. And we have to rely on a national pool of 21 scientists from multiple institutes doing a voluntary basis earthquake picking and monitoring using a remote monitoring platform, because we don't have the new recruited people that we need to essentially monitor the 4th active volcano in France and with a 4th observatory that has to be built from scratch. So the important figure is here that we've managed to secure funding since January 2019 for a year, about 5 million euros, including the oceanographic campaign. But this money is given, it's trickling down. So we got an initial 3-month pro rata of all the actions that we propose to the government. So it's quite difficult, and it means that the research institutes have to provide the rest of the funding, and we still have to convince the authorities that we need this 4th observatory. And of course, they are hoping that the crisis is going to stop. So we've used tremendously the WebOps platform that was developed by François Bouducel many years ago, and that has proved, basically, I think that's the most important tool that we were able to use in this observatory, because effectively we created a network in about 2 or 3 months. And thanks to this platform, we can have secured access to data We have remote monitoring access. We can do monitoring from different places. And we have a combined seismic catalog with the more than 9,000 earthquakes. We have a data logbook, scientific reports, metadata, and we have automatic data visualization and on-request data processing routines that help manage the crisis response. And François is going to present more information on this. So we have our own protocols, we have our long checklist, and we have set up a new monitoring network. So you can see the regional stations here that existed before, and as you zoom in, you see the new stations. And basically, a large part of these stations are the stations, the ocean bottom seismometers, that are in place for a month duration and up to 6 month duration, a different type of network. And you have the station, seismic stations on land, and there's a distal station that's here on this atoll. So this is a network that we have now. For the GPS, GNSS, we also have about 11 continuous real-time on-land stations distributed along this area. And this is a type of data that can be produced automatically, modeling all the data series, and François is going to go over this at length. A complex data acquisition system for the seismic network. All of the data is available to the entire world in real time for the seismic data. And we have different contributions from different institutes, and we do automatic detection as well as manual detection. These are the types of data that we have automatically to visualize the time series of the different seismic traces. We work with the National Seismic Network in France that does picking for the strong earthquakes. And for example, we produce these maps, and this is for the period between 16th of October and 31st of October. And again, I mentioned there's still felt earthquakes by the population. You can see the hypocenters, is a very strange gap between about 25 kilometers gap of seismicity from the start of the eruption. This is the swarm that's closest to Petite Terre here, and this is the site of the erupting site with not much seismicity even at the beginning of the crisis. I will go quickly through these data plots. These are the different products that we produce all the time with the network. The GPS data series are quite impressive, and altogether we have an overall displacement of Mayotte of 19 to 20 centimeters to the east, and a subsidence of 8 to 16 centimeters depending on the sites. And there's a slight decrease observed in the magnitude of the deformation since April 2019. François will describe the modeling routines that he's in place, so I will skip on this, but it's a very useful tool allowing us to position in time and space the potential source of displacement and to follow this again in time and space. So monitoring in terms of future development, we obviously are going to improve the land-based stations. We were trying to have funding from the government for 4 surveys per year, basic surveys to do bathymetry, fluid water column sampling, and dredge sampling. We want to acquire a pool of OBSs for the Mayotte project, because right now we are relying on the national pool. And of course, we are thinking of cable fiber optics, real-time continuous seafloor observatories in the future. We've been disseminating the information from the beginning of the crisis in a bulletin that's publicly available on internet, and will soon go to Facebook. And we are grappling with trying to do also the hazard assessment during the crisis, and that is perhaps one of the things that has not worked so well so far, because we haven't had yet the time, and it's proven difficult because of the different issues linked to this eruption. There are some important implications with eruptive unrest here and very strong seismic unrest here because of the stability of the flanks and the stability of the flanks here, and the potential link between the magma feeding source systems and the rest of the ridge. So in terms of the conclusions, there are obviously key questions: what, where, when, how big, and how long. These are classical questions, very difficult in the context of an observatory that we have to build during the crisis for some eruptions for which we have very little information. And this uncertainty influences the monitoring and, of course, the analysis of the data. It's difficult to determine activity indicators and decision-making parameter thresholds, and therefore alert levels. We have fundamental epistemic uncertainty on the structure of the magma system below the ridge, the volcanic ridge, and this is proven very difficult in terms of constructing decision trees and probabilistic assessment, and to communicate on uncertain hazards in a way that is least anxiogenic, because the response of the authorities has been, because you have so much uncertainty, don't talk about the scenarios until you have one scenario that is, quote, certain, which obviously will never happen. So that's one of the main challenges that we've had with this eruption. Thank you very much.
So I have two questions. One is a technical question about the OBSs. Did you manage to stream data from the seafloor too? Did you manage to stream real-time data?
No. Okay. No. So obviously there's a time gap of a month and sometime 3 months, and then you have to process all the data.
Okay. And the second question is more the decision to make the data available in real time to the world, which is an interesting decision. I mean, were there any worries around, people analyzing the data, coming up with their own interpretations, and then bringing that into play in terms of, the hazard that would end up?
So I would have two answers to that question. It's not a worry in the sense that we've been doing this at IPGP for probably 10 to 15 years for the real-time seismic data, and GNSS is also available through the IGN RGP network. So we've passed that. The problem is that we did have the involvement of scientists from all over the world through the social network as the crisis was building. You're seismologists, so you've heard about the very long period earthquake, and people were describing, I had seen in social network, a major phreatic eruption is ongoing in Mayotte, and the whole seismological global sphere vibrated as much as Mayotte was vibrating. So that was a bit complicated, and it was exacerbated by the fact that the government has been very reluctant to have the scientists have a free-spirited and open strategy for communicating. So this is one of the difficult issues that we still have with this crisis. So we are going forward. Our bulletin is public. We were initially told that it should be just reserved to an inner circle, and that a special person linking the scientists to the government would then decide to distribute that. We refuse to do that, so it's available. So it is causing problems, but not so much for outside interpretation, but we need to keep on track with this unrest in the social media, and that's difficult to do, that's for sure.
So you mentioned that there's a stakeholder group that wants only one scenario for future activity. Do you have any strategies for how you'll communicate that there is uncertainty, that there are multiple scenarios in any eruption forecast?
The strategy is a common sense strategy. We wanted to inform them from the very beginning. They very early on in May of this year, which is still a bit late compared to the start of the eruption, we said that the first thing to do is to create an observatory, to create a scientific community, and to have public bulletins, frequently structured, published by the scientists without a filter. And in those we would discuss a certain number of things. So it's a daily process of explanation and using analog cases to train them. But it's proven difficult.
Have you assessed tsunami threat, and how is this handled?
So this is being done at the moment. There were some initial modeling and simulations done by BRGM, who is traditionally involved in those issues. And a long time ago, about 10 years ago, there was a major tsunami awareness program in the wake of the 2004 tsunami. So, but this was linked to earthquake activity. And so these initial simulations were envelope-type simulations with very rough boundary conditions and parameters, and no information from the oceanographic campaigns, showing the volumes and the structure of the slope, the submarine slope. So now we are actively doing these new simulations, and they should come out probably in December of this year, or towards the end of the year, beginning of the year. So it's in the making. One of the big issues, and the modelers are basically exchanging different strategies, is that you can see that there's a coral reef all around the area, and the main point is what will be the role of this coral reef in dampening the tsunami, the potential tsunami waves. Thank you very much.
So the next talk is by Marta Calvache.
Buenas tardes. I'm going to talk about several volcanoes in Colombia, mainly Nevado del Ruiz, that is here, Nevado del Huila, and Galeras. In the poster session, Diego is going to show Chiles and Cerro Negro, which are in the border of Colombia, and Ecuador. So we are the institution, the SGC, the Colombian Geological Survey. We have the monitoring and the evaluation of hazard. These are the 3 volcano observatories that we have in the central part, in the southern central part, and in the southern part of Colombia. I'm going just to mention what happened with the crisis of these volcanoes, what were the results, and the questions that the BOVP is asking. So Nevado del Ruiz in 1985. There was 1 year of activity of the volcano, with signs of activity in the volcano. And there was, on September 11th of that year, there was an eruption, and it was a quite small eruption. The ash went to the west to Manizales. Manizales is a big city in Colombia. And it was the first time that Colombia, the government and the different organizations in Colombia learned about the volcano. We were working on the volcano, but until this time in September 11, it was the first sign of activity of the volcano, let's say, in a public manner. And on the September 13th, we have a small eruption at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Ash fall down on the eastern part of the volcano in Armero, and at 9 o'clock, between 9 and 9:30, was the bigger but a small eruption that produced the lahars that destroyed several towns around the volcano. So at that time, we knew about the history of the volcano in terms of different episodes that the volcano had in the 13 years before the present. We knew about these eruptions. So the volcano was, in terms of what happened in the volcano, we knew how it behaved. At that time, we didn't have any monitoring, and we didn't have any hazard evaluation. But because we knew this, and because of the eruption of the September eruption, in a month, the Ingeominas at that time and the Calda University produced a hazard map. And we had a hazard map at the beginning of October 1985. But it was very difficult to explain to the people what is going to happen, and if we were sure that it is going to happen and when it was going to happen. And perhaps the people has not at all any perception of a volcano activity, and especially when you are located quite far from the volcano. So the volcano belongs to Manizales. From Manizales, you see the volcano. It's part of the cultural, and everybody talks about going to the volcano. But on the other side, and very far, they are just not related to Nevado del Ruiz volcano. This is Nevado del Huila volcano. It's the tallest and the biggest glacier that we have in Colombia. In the our history is written in the last 500 years. There was nothing written about Nevado del Huila. So we didn't, in general, we never thought that Nevado del Huila will have an eruption, never. And in less than 48 hours, in February 2007, we have a small eruption. In April, we have another eruption, produced lahars, and then in November 2008, there was an eruption. The eruption was not very big from the volcanological point of view, but produced a very, very large lahar going down to Paez River. In Galeras volcano is the volcano with most frequent eruptions in Colombia. In a distance of, in a radius, the 15 kilometers, there are about 500,000 people living around Galeras. We have 2 periods of activity, and in the first period, we have 9 volcanic eruptions, and in the second, we have 21 volcanic eruptions. So in Galeras, in 2005, the government was very concerned, the central government, and decided to declare a disaster in Galeras. The volcano was with eruptions. No people died, but the government, the only way, the policy at that moment says, okay, if you need to have the money and you need to have this situation to handle the situation, you need to declare a disaster situation. And they did it, the president did it. And other important decision was to move the people that were living close to the areas where the hazard map shows the most dangerous areas. And that situation was very complicated to manage. So what happened with this kind of volcanoes and this kind of eruptions? In 1985, there was this mud flow coming down the river. The river, this place is the change in slope from the central cordillera. The volcano is 5,300 meters high, and this place is 400 meters high. So the difference in elevation between the volcano and this place is 5 kilometers. The distance, the horizontal distance, is about 70 kilometers. So the energy of this lahar coming down is here, is just where the river changed the slope. And here was Armero in all this area. It was when you came to talk to the people about the hazard map, about the possibility of an eruption, about the possibility of the lahar, it was very complicated for the people, for the officials, the decision makers to say, okay, we are in danger. I was probably 2 or 3 times here before the eruption, and the people mentioned that there was a landslide up here, and there was a small dam. So people say, the dam is very risky. But the volcano, you don't know much about the volcano. What are you talking here about that volcano? That somehow it doesn't look related to us. This is Belalcázar and Nevado del Huila. This is the town of Belalcázar. You see here a very little evidence of lahar, very small lahar, and it was February 2007. This was April 2007. There was a lahar. It was big, very big, and everybody left to the higher ground, and nobody died. And it was November 2008. Between this place and this place, over the soccer field, we have 22 meters of deposit. And this is very large, really large. So it's a very, very big lahar. It was very sad, but 10 people died because the consequence of this lahar. But everybody was ready to evacuate with the information that we planned and that we did have. So since February 2008, all the institutions, we work together with the community, with the indigenous communities that there are in the region. The community had a very clear perception what an avalancha, they call it the avalancha, means. They had in 1994 an avalancha because of the landslides, because of an earthquake. About 1,500 people died because of that avalancha. So the difference between the 1994 with 1,500 people dead to this avalancha that was a little bit bigger than the one in 1994, from 1,500 to 10 is a big difference. The information coming from us, from the Volcano Observatory, has a very good response with the authorities, the mayor of the town, with the regional towns, and with the indigenous community. We work together with the NASA community, is the indigenous ethnia in the region, and from the Minister of Interior that went there. It's a very difficult area, but anyway, they were there. There was a big discussion sometimes, but people were working together, and they have very clear perception what it means. And finally, galeras. This is, por favor, ¿pueden poner el video? We have, this is in 1936. This is a small, very small pyroclastic flow. Now Pasto goes until here. So this place is within the city. Pasto is very high now. And we have almost 30 eruptions like this. But because we don't have so far a pyroclastic flow in Galeras, nobody believes that that is possible, that happened. So far, we don't have a pyroclastic flow. And most of the people don't know that we have been so lucky, just pure luck, that nothing else happened in this area. But that is the work that we need to work again and work again and work again. And the government, if you saw at the beginning of this video, there are lights here because the first houses are around here. They are probably 3.5 kilometers from the crater. And that is the big discussion. And the decisions from the central government or the local government, sometimes they are one against the other. And also we are involved in those discussions and those decisions. So with that is our experience in these three volcanoes. The first point I will say is to realize, I think that we realized from the very beginning, from Nevado del Ruiz and Armero, volcanic crisis is social. We are part of the volcanic crisis. But the most important part is the decision makers, the community that are living there. If we don't have those, we don't have a crisis. We have a natural phenomena, but not a crisis. So, and we are part of the team to do something. But it's social. That is the most important part. We have to have roles and responsibilities very clear. And from those roles and responsibilities, we have to work. But it's very important that we have clear, for us, that is very important. For us has been very important the color code and how we communicate with the closer decision maker. Before we have this, it was very difficult because we were used to say the number of BT, the number of a long period, the number of tons of SO2, and it was very complicated to talk to the mayor of the city. So probably this color code may be improved and is not perfect. Also, we don't talk about alert levels. We are talking about activity of the volcano. The alert levels in our policy belongs to the mayor of the city, to the president of the country. They are talking, when you are talking about alert level, you are talking about people. You order the people to evacuate. We don't order the people. We are just talking about the activity of the volcano. According with our policy, we need every municipality has to have a plan. When you have a volcano in your municipality, you have to have the response plan. And then you define the alert levels. So for each of these color code, for each municipality should be some plan. It's very difficult to have it. And it's very difficult that that community or that authority will understand and make the plan the result of your understanding, not of something that we will tell them to do. Many times they do ask us, what do you want me to do? Because I don't know. And then that is the work. Every time that we change, that they are changed, every time comes again. For the what we prefer something different. In galeras, we understand that we mix, because of the decision of the central government, we mix the response to the crisis with these plans to move everybody from that area. And we think it's not, we have enough stress and enough pressure with the volcano with these kind of eruptions. So we need two things. We don't need two things at the same time. That is very complicated. It's very, especially for the people, it was very complicated. And finally, the three lessons. I think the time and the work that we do to relate, to build that relationship with the community, with the decision makers, is we never value enough that time and that work to build that credibility and that trust. Is the most important, and I think is the main effort that we need to put in this relationship. This communication between us as an observatory, as a scientist, as people from the community, need to be talking about uncertainty. I think we are not clear, and listen to the presentations here, we don't need to be perfect. We don't need to be 100% correct. I think we need to talk about something different. We are talking about a phenomena, and we don't have to be, it's like the lottery. If I have an advisor in the lottery about talking about probability, it doesn't guarantee me that I will win the lottery. It guarantees that the probability is very well calculated. And I know about the probability of getting the lottery. But nobody will guarantee me that I will win the money, that I will be rich. And I think we confuse sometimes those. I am talking about the situation when you have increase in seismicity, increase in SO2, increase in deformation. We are getting closer to a situation we don't guarantee the eruption. And how you talk and give that information to the people. That is the point. And as mentioned before, is the situation with the activity of the volcano is a lot of stress and a lot of work. So you just do it once thing at a time. That is in general our idea. So, thank you.
Do you have a territorial planning policy with your authorities? I mean, I understand that you're working with the communities and with the authorities, but is there like some kind of a general policy for planning, for prevention planning? And the reason I'm asking is like at the Popocatépetl area, we have a big demand with population growth. And there are a lot of areas that weren't previously at risk, and that they're, with these new areas that are trying to be built up, are creating these problems. So we've been trying to distinguish between the areas that already are built and have been there for thousands of years from the new developments. How are these authorities looking at these situations for prevention?
Well, we have a national policy that is of risk management and prevention. But then every municipality has the land use planning. And then perhaps one land use planning may take into account the volcanic hazard and risk or may not. I will say that long-term decisions of land use most of the time doesn't include volcanic information, because the volcanism is not so frequent. So most of the time, people just says, probably it doesn't happen often. And big cities like Armenia, like Manizales, they have very thick layers of pumice. They are built on these thick layers of pumice. But those volcanoes that are more explosive, they have not had any eruption in the last several hundreds of years. So for the municipality to make a decision of do something related to volcanic hazard and risk, most likely are not doing. Even Pasto, that is next to Galeras, is very difficult. People just will respond to the crisis, to take the people for some days or months, but to move. The only decision is in the area of Armero is prohibited to establish some houses. But in most of the area, no. And the policy, the mayor of the municipality decides about the plan of land use.
Thanks, Marta, for your talk. Very interesting. How did you use the knowledge of the people of the community at Nevado de Luisla about the previous avalanche that killed 1,500 people in order to build your communication strategy for the newer lahars?
Well, the information of the 1600s and the 1900s, the 1800s, were in the history, books. And people in the town, they didn't know much. Armero was a very new town. In Nevado del Huila, we didn't have much of information. And even the native people living in the area, they didn't have information about Nevado del Huila. They were very, very concerned because Nevado del Huila is something special for them. And when they saw the completely dark, the Nevado, that means white, they were very concerned, but they didn't have information about the activity of the volcano. We know about the avalanche because we evaluated the landslides. The avalanche was an earthquake of 6.4 on the slope of the volcano. It was a rainy season, and the landslides produced the avalanche. So the people, it was in 1994. So they always, and we knew, because we have the seismic network, and everybody knew about what happened with the avalanche in 1994 and how behaved in the area the 1994 avalanche. But the people, they knew what happened. The perception of avalanches was very clear. They never say, I won't leave. They were ready. We have drills for evacuation. The mayor of the city prepared the drills, and we have the sirens and everything. Everything was ready, and the people very open to do that.
Thank you.
It's been 2 generations since the eruption of Ruiz, which I think was a very powerful teaching moment. To what extent the development of capacity within the volcano observatories in Colombia and the trust that you have built contributed to the influencing of land use and development strategies?
I don't know. For us in Colombia, the authorities in the municipalities change every 4 years. And many times we feel that every 4 years we have to start again and start again and start again. And some people, sometimes we complain, but it's not fair with us that we have to start again, and because of the mayor is too new, too young, too old. But then I think that we are changing. The mayor and the decision makers are part of this game. And I will say, yes, we have grown, and the people, I will say, they request more details from us. And I think we have to dedicate more time and work together. And in many places, when the mayor is changed, many times we think, now we don't know who is coming. Perhaps we did all this work and a new person is coming. But many times, the mayor that is coming is great. We have bad experience, but we have very good experience. And it's amazing, some of the mayors that we have to work together, they are amazing. And sometimes I will say we are complicated. And sometimes we are too, I don't know, we think that we are too special and that we are too high. And we think we are a PhD. And that it's difficult to talk to you because you don't understand me, because I am talking too high, too complicated. And I think it's not fair. It's our problem. It's not their problem. And I think we have to realize and then participate. Many people, and in our country, many of the people that are living close to the volcanoes, they have a lot of problems, and they are everyday problems. And we come to talk about things that happens in 1936, like the pyroclastic flow in Galeras, or 200 years ago, or 800 years ago. And people say, you're crazy? I have problems with going to the school with the children, and you are talking me that a volcano that erupted 200 years ago. And then it's a problem. Of course, the day that you see in a mountain a plume, or you have an earthquake, then they know that it's a problem and they will come to ask things. But we have to understand. Many places, Nevada del Huila is a very complicated region of security. So the people have plenty of problems. And we arrive to talk about volcanoes or earthquakes. By the way, earthquakes are the best way to convince people that something is going in the volcano or in the region, especially for the authorities. A volcanic crisis and everything is solved. But yeah, we have to be more sensitive to the authorities, to the community, and in general to the people.
Okay, thank you. In Japan, we have the 111 active volcano, but the 2015 Kuchino-Erabujima eruption is the only one eruption in recent 10 years, which the local residents need to evacuation from the volcano. So I will talk about the Kuchino-Erabujima eruption as an example of the crisis management. The Kuchino-Erabujima is located in the southern part of the Kyushu. There is a lot of the active volcano in the Kyushu area. The Sakurajima is the most active. The Kuchino-Erabujima is also the active volcano. So this is the volcanic alert level issued by the Japan Meteorological Agency. The Japan Meteorological Agency defined the 5 levels of the volcanic alert level. The level 1 is the normal. The level 2 and level 3 is for the hiker or the climber to the near the active craters. And the level 4 and level 5 is for the local residents. So the information is very different. And only the level 4 is issued before the occurrence of the eruption. And this is the chronology of the Kuchino-Erabujima volcano. The Kuchino-Erabujima volcano is an active volcano, but this is the remote volcano. This volcano didn't have the long-term history because this is very far from the mainland of the Japan. But after the 1841 eruption, the destructive eruptions occurred every 80 or the 90 years. So after the 1841, the 1930s, several eruptions occurred. So the 8 casualties recorded. So the recently, we entered a new eruptive activity from the 2014. From the 2014 and 15 until this year, the Kuchino-Erabujima repeated. eruptions, mainly due to pyroclastic flow. Among the eruptions, 2015 eruption, the most serious, because residents need to evacuate to the other island. So, this is the first eruption, 2014. This eruption occurred Shindake main crater, and the pyroclastic surge reached a distance about 2 kilometers from the crater. So after the eruption occurred, JMA upgraded the alert level from 1 to 3. So this eruption also enough destructive. So firstly, I talk about the precursory signal of the 2014 eruption. Before the 2014 eruption, the 1980 eruptions occurred. But after the 1980 eruption, the Fuchino-Erabujima was dormant. But in the 1990s, the 1990, the seismicity suddenly increased. This is the first onset of the unrest event. So the unrest events repeated for 15 years until the 2014 eruption. The first increased seismicity, the shallow VT earthquake beneath the crater, the depth, the shallower than 500 meters. And also the deep seismicity associated with the inflation of the ground. This is the right side is the location of the measured by the GNSS. So the seismicity increase and the seismicity increase, the inflation of the ground is well correlated to each other. These events are repeated 3 times, and the amount of the deformation near the craters up to the 30 centimeters. So this is a quite big deformation for the Fuchino-Erabujima. And also, during the 15 years of the precursory signal, we increase the geothermal activity and fumarolic activity, and also the geothermal activity is proved by the total force of the geomagnetic. And unfortunately, we didn't detect the clear signal. For example, the seismicity increase, because the seismicity becomes already high level, more than 10 shallow VT events every day. Such a situation that continues more than 1 year. But these tilt change immediately before the occurrence of the eruption, only the signal of the as the precursor signal 2014. Such a tilt change started 1 hour before, and also this is quite short time. But such a short term precursor tilt change also detected at the Ontake volcano and Kusatsu Shirane volcano. And next, I will talk about the 2015 eruption. This is a more serious eruption. This time lapse 8 times rapid, so not so quick like this. But actually, so severe because the pyroclastic flow is the seashore. It means the pyroclastic flow reaches the residential area. So it means the alert level must be upgraded to the 5. So the Japan Meteorological Agency upgrade the alert level after the onset eruption to the level 5. So after that, the municipality of the Yakushima town issued evacuation order to all the residents of the Kuchinoera-Bujima volcano. So, I talk about the precursor 2014 eruption. The 2015 eruption. 2014 eruption occurred in August 2014. But after that, in the November, SO2, the discharge rate suddenly increased. Usually less than 1,000 per day, less than 1,000 tons per day, but this is the increase 3 times or 4 times. And then simultaneously, the slope difference measured by the GNSS show the inflation, and then after that, the seismicity gradually increased. So in the March 2014, the 2 months before the eruption, the volcanic growth appeared at the crater, and 6 days before the eruption, the felt earthquakes occurred. I think that such a felt earthquake is the last signal to show that we need the evacuation. So, and also we repeated the precise leveling. The precise leveling data also shows the inflation. Inflation, it means the uplift of the crater side of the cinder cave. And also, this is a felt earthquake, which occurred 6 days before the occurrence of the 2015 eruption. And also, after the felt earthquake, there are many types of the eruption, many types of the volcanic earthquakes occur. So that this is the newspaper, explosive eruption occurred, all residents evacuated from this island. So the eruption occurred nearly the 10 o'clock in the morning, and after that the JMA upgraded the alert level from 3 to 5. It means we need evacuation. After that, the Yakushima town of the municipality of the Kuchinoera-Bujima issued evacuation order. So after that, the ferry boat, we have the ferry boat between the Yakushima and the Kuchinoera-Bujima. The ferry boat directly to the Kuchinoera-Bujima, and then all the residents evacuated from the island to the Yakushima, and all the people arrived in the Yakushima town in the evening. So that it took more than half a day. So after that, the Kuchinoera-Bujima 2015 eruption, the several eruptions, but several eruptions occurred after the eruption May 29. But such activity decreased from the September or the October, because the seismicity decreased in the September or the October, and discharge rate of the SO2 suddenly decreased at the highest 4,000 tons per day, but in the October nearly 0. So, and also that this is a seismicity. Comparison of the seismicity near the crater. The upside is immediately before the May 29 eruption. The felt earthquakes occurred, and many kinds of the volcanic earthquakes occurred. And also the lower part is seismicity in the September and October. The most important difference, the number of the degrees and the amplitude of the also the decrease. So it means the decrease in the seismicity. And also for such a phenomena, decrease in the activity of the volcano, the Yakushima town, the municipality of the Kuchinoera-Bujima, established the volcano disaster prevention, established the reconstruction headquarters by local government. But such a headquarter cannot enter in the Kuchinoera-Bujima because the local government the less restricted to enter the Kuchino-Erabujima Island. So we need the recommendation so that we have the volcano disaster prevention liaison committee in the October 7, and also the coordinated committee for the volcanic eruption prediction. This is under the Japan Meteorological Agency, held in the October 21. After that, the Japan Meteorological Agency issued the alert level 5, but first 3 alert zone established 2.5 kilometers from the crater. This information is very important. I will talk about this later. So after that, the municipality staff can enter Kuchino-Erabujima Island, and also that they prepared for the returning the island. And all the residents, not all, most of the residents can return to the Kuchino-Erabujima in the Christmas of the 2015. So the evacuation time nearly 7 months. So I will point out the program of the crisis management for the 2015 eruption of the Kuchino-Erabujima eruption. So this may be the reply to the question 2 from the VOBP. So what should we do? The one is no guideline for the upgrading the volcanic alert level to 4 and 5. And second one, no quantitative hazard evaluation. The hazard evaluation is very important, but there is no hazard evaluation. And 3, no indication of the alert zone in warning. And 4, the difficulties of the disaster countermeasures based on the volcanic alert level. Because the volcanic alert level, the upgrade after the eruption occurred. But eruption itself not continued for the long term. The 5 is the reduction of the restrict zone. This is the not well management by the Volcano Disaster Prevention Liaison Committee. And 6, no imagination of the residents for long-term evacuation. So I talked about this one. I think that there is a reason. Of course, there is no guideline for the upgrade alert level, but we can make decision to the upgrade alert level 5. But in case of the Kuchino-Erabujima, felt aspects occurs in the immediately before the historic eruption, and also there is a lot of the upgrade phenomena. Step by step increase. And level 3 is level 3 after the 2014 eruption is very close to the residential area, because the distance from only the 0.5 kilometer. But this is easily to cover by the little bit bigger eruption. And felt earthquake as a phenomena of the, for the early warning, and felt earthquake prior to the historical eruption. And also the hazard evaluation is very important. So that we don't have the exactly history of the pyroclast flow, but now that we have the technology of the simulate the pyroclast flow, so that we should make update the hazard by the intensity of volume of the pyroclast flow. So that this is hazard imagination is very important for the people. And also, I think that this is a very not so good. The warning of the volcanic alert level 5, the issued by GMA, is not show the no clear indication of the alert zone. This is the original Japanese, but the essential part, recommendation, the strict vigilant evacuation, etc. in the residential areas where the pyroclast flow is expected in Kuchino-Erabujima. But this information not so good, because the residents want to ask where the pyroclastic flow is expected. So this is the this means the alert zone establishment is very important. And also we have the liaison committee of the Kuchinoera-Bujima volcano. The liaison committee comprised of the prefectural government and the municipality government and agency of the central government and university. I belong to the university. So we discussed about the reduction of the restrict zone for the residents to return the Kuchinoera-Bujima on October 7th. But we could not reach the conclusion because the Kagoshima Meteorological Observatory postponed the conclusion until the coordinating committee for the volcanic eruption prediction on October 21. So that we lost the 2 weeks. So it means that this means that we cannot decide decide the reduction of the restrict zone in the local government. That such a decision that transfer to the central government. I think that this is not so good. That this should be made by the local government. And also no imagination of the residents for long term. So the 2014 eruption, this is the voluntary evacuation that made because the big typhoon coming to the Kuchinoera-Bujima island. So this is voluntary eruption, voluntary evacuation. But 2014 eruption, this is due to the level 5. So such a situation is different. So the local residents just imagine that we have to evacuate from the volcano, but the evacuation period just 1 hour, just such an imagination. So the experience of the 2014 is a good side. One is that this experience upgrade the counter measurement by the residents voluntarily. This is a good aspect. But bad aspect, such an experience is not so good for the 2015 eruption because the reason of the 2014 eruption is just meteorological reason. The 2015 eruption, the reason of the volcano. And also this is just summarized. I just repeated but I must choose the 3 for the reply to reply to the question 3. But I would like to choose the 3, 5, 6. Thank you very much.
Many thanks for this presentation. So just a quick question about this last point that you are saying that in a way you found somehow a mistake not have been called for the evacuation in time, let's say, or having this waited a bit of time. And so my question is, as we heard from Chris Newhall, after an eruption, then it is good to go through what went wrong. So then did you have the chance with the JMA or other colleagues then to go through the events and discuss again if this was really something that, will be avoided next time, or this is a lesson learned for the country, how to say, for yourself, together with the other colleagues that managed the crisis?
Yeah, we sometimes have the discussion in the liaison committee of the Kuchinoera-Bujima, but I think that this is not well not operated. So sometimes I gave some recommendation for the returning the volcano, but this may be but firstly, that we have to sure the volcanic activity decrease. this is we must sure the decrease the activity of the volcano, and then the how to next step, the how to these information the reflected to the countermeasure of the local government. So the for this this was a little bit difficult for us.
So you talked about cases where the volcanic alert level changed after the eruption started.
Yes, yes.
Is the hope that that would happen before the eruption starts, or it makes sense that the alert level changes?
No. After the eruption. So that this is why this is a lesson for me.
And one follow-up. Do you imagine, you said in one of these cases, felt earthquake started 6 days before eruption. Does that now inform your thresholds for when you might change alert level in the future? Or what kind of information would you use then to try to get ahead of the eruption?
Yeah, after the felt earthquake occurred, I recommend to the JMA to upgrade alert level 5. Because in the historical eruption, immediately before the eruption, the felt earthquakes occurred. This is repeated several times in the history. So I recommend. But the JMA has no guideline to the upgrade alert level 4 and 5. So now the JMA already has a guideline for the upgrade 4 and 5, but at that time, no guideline. So maybe such a guideline is maybe one of the Chris Newhold mentioned about this is one of the item of the checklist. I think so.
Did you have any magnetic precursors? With your magnetic stations? Did you have any magnetic from the magnetometers? Did you have any magnetometers? Did they change in the signal?
Yes. Yeah. Good question. During the precursory signal, we detect the demagnetization signal. But it is very difficult to keep the maintenance of the magnetometers. So we have the long-term precursory period. Some of the instruments has already down before the eruption occurred. Yes, thank you very much.
We're going to finish the last talk of the previous session that we didn't get to. And after that talk, we'll have a group discussion. So our next talk is by Raul Salguero, and we will continue.
Thank you, Heather. Okay, I'm going to talk about the volcanic crisis management in Guatemala. Specifically, I will show about 2 examples. The eruption of June 3rd last year that you all know, and the last paroxysm of fuego that happened November 18 last year. Well, we have 3 volcanoes in Guatemala currently erupting. These are open vent volcanoes, and we all the time have explosions. In the case of this one, this is Pacaya. We have a basaltic volcano with lava flows. This is Santiaguito, the Dacitic Dome, and this is Fuego. And besides those 3 active volcanoes, we have others in recent times that became active, and we have them in priority 2. Sorry that this is in Spanish, but we have in priority 1 for monitoring Santiaguito, Fuego, and Pacaya, as I said, and in priority 2 Atitlán, Cerro Quemado, Acatenango, and Tacaná, which we share with Mexico. It's in the border of Guatemala with Mexico. And volcanoes in priority 3, the rest. many other volcanoes. I will talk specifically about Fuego. This is an aerial view of Fuego. Well, Fuego, since the record 500 years ago, it's been active, very active actually, with some quiet periods. The last of these periods finished in 1999. Before that, the volcano made this large eruption in 1974 with an explosivity index of 4. Actually, the last year eruption had an index of 3, so it was smaller than this one. But this produced less damage. You all know the tragedy that happened last year. Why this produced less damage? And that's because after this episode, the volcano entered a new quiet episode in the 79 up to 99. And in those 20 years, we had this process. All these yellow dots that you see here are communities in less than 12 kilometers from the crater of Fuego. Many of these appear as resettlements due to Guatemalan conflict of 36 years. And some of these people that flee the country, they were relocated here on the volcano, next to the volcano. And also many coffee fincas. There was a coffee crisis in the early 90s, and these fincas were sold by lots. And these communities were born. So without going much into detail, because I think all of you have investigated this eruption, but what were the conditions back then? And I want to mention them because I want to compare them with what we had a few months later in the paroxysm, as I said, in November 18. So back then, as I said, we had the risk was building due to settlements and formal communities were created in the 80s and 90s. Still, we have not a clear number of how many people is living there. Amazingly, we still don't know. There was a weakness in the monitoring and response system. There are 2 institutions basically in charge of this. One is INSIGUME, the institution I represent. INSIGUME is in charge of hazard monitoring. And in the case of civil protection and disaster prevention, the CONRED. These 2 institutions had a not so good communication back then, on June 3rd. Also, there was a very low risk awareness. Basically, people didn't know about pyroclastic flows. They were calling it the ash cloud, the lava, names like that, but nobody had a clear awareness of what was a pyroclastic flow and its impact. There also was not such a good weather. It was cloudy in many areas. And also, there were some hazard maps, but these were not being used. So what happened after June 3rd? Well, we have received many collaborations, a lot of support. One of those from BDAP. Thank you very much to BDAP for all the support. Also to Guatemalan government. Guatemalan government increased the budget of INSIBUME. As we can see here, 67%. This budget increase allow us to hire more people. We hire 13 more people for the geophysics department. These people, for example, we hire electronic engineers to keep the equipment functioning, 5 physicists, 1 geophysicist, 1 GIS expert, 1 geologist, and 3 physics students as an analyst in terms of 24/7, meaning the whole week, the whole year. So now we have people monitoring at INSIBUME all the time. That was one weakness also on June 3rd, that it happened on Sunday, and there was no monitoring back then. Also, considering that most of the equipment was not working, even the webcams were not working. So now we have these people, 13 in total. It's still not enough, especially for the instrumentation part. It's a huge challenge to keep the instrumentation, but that's exactly what we are trying to work with. Also, we are making a very important and strategic plan for 5 years. This plan is being made by a consultant that is working in the office with us. Should be ready by March next year. And it's for the whole institution. I must tell you that INSIBUME deals with many other subjects, not only volcanoes. We also have seismic monitoring, for example. We have hydrology monitoring, meteorological monitoring. So all these subjects, all of them are supported with technology and with highly specialized people. So with this budget increase, we bought, computers, drones, vehicles. We increased the budget for going to the field. I know that this sounds very basic, but back then the INSIBUME didn't have this capacity. So as I said, with the support of BDAP, we installed 8 broadband stations and 5 arrays of infrasound. You can see here some images of these type of stations. The last station that BDAP donated to us was installed in Pacaya Volcano. So now we can say that we are monitoring the 3 volcanoes. We have seismic monitoring of the 3 active volcanoes. Back then, in June 3rd, basically only Santiaguito was being seismically monitored, and by seismometers, mainly property of some universities, foreigner universities, not INSIBUME. So now we have this very important collaboration, which also include weather stations, because this area, we call this climate area the Boca Costa, which is like the coastal mouth. And some interesting phenomena happen there is that the warm air from the ocean comes and hits the cold air from the highlands. So that produces a lot of rain, convective rain, that can create cumulonimbus in matter of a couple of hours. So almost all year long, we have rain in the volcanic chain. That produces lahars with the probability of all year long. Of course, we have a rainy season that starts in May and finish at the middle of November, just finished now. So we have almost everyday lahars there. and it's very important also. We have webcams for monitoring the volcano, but also the lahars specifically. So what are we doing with all this information? We have the people that we hired monitoring. For example, in seismology and infrasound, we are making now the basic monitoring. Of course, our personnel is being trained in order to do more, let's say, specialized monitoring. We have 2 people specifically working in volcanic seismology. Back then, there were none. Besides we have now the earth sound, but we have divided in low and high frequencies. We're counting events, acoustic and seismic. We are also looking at the duration of tremor. We have seen that when tremor lasts more than 125 minutes, the possibility of a paroxysm increases a lot. And also looking for correlations with historical activity, which is difficult because we don't have good seismic records in the long term. Recently, we only have 1 year, we could say, of good seismic records. Also, we have automatized some remote sensing processes, especially from satellites using GOES. We are looking at radiance in the 3 volcanoes, SO2, column high. This is still in process, a bit difficult, the analysis, but it's in process. And we also have a local remote sensing, also looking at radiance, explosions counting, ash with our Doppler radar, because we are the meteorological service. We have a Doppler radar, so we can see ash, especially from Fuego and Pacaya. It's very common that we have to close the airport, the main Guatemalan airport. And of course, we monitor also the rain as a lahar trigger. That's the only indicator now that we have about lahars, the rain, because Fuego has a lot of material on the upper part. Always, we have an explosion every 2-3 minutes in Fuego, so the accumulation of material, it's very big. All the time we have the material. So the rain is what determines if we have lahars or not. Also, we are making digital elevation models for mapping the changes in geomorphology of the gullies and deposits. This, again, is for lahars purposes. This is being done with the drones. Well, this is specifically some products of seismic monitoring for Fuego volcano. We can distinguish, of course, lahars from pyroclastic flows, from explosions, from lava flows. These, for example, indicates the explosions in infrasound. And another very important tool that we have is this hazard map. This hazard map indicates the high hazard area for pyroclastic flows specifically, and the medium hazard. Well, here you can see the pyroclastic flow of June 3rd. And this has allowed us, this map was actually made after the eruption also of June 3rd. But this map has allowed us to start a process of territorial planning. It is very difficult now because we have all the communities already settled, but with the planning secretariat, we are making plans. They are almost ready, that will be delivered to municipalities. And as INSIWUME, we coordinate the Scientific Council of Conrad. The Scientific Council decides some very specific issues, like, for example, the risk level of some communities. And in this case, we are using this map to define that risk level, of course. And we have also this map for lahars. Specifically, we have 2 scenarios for lahars. This is just one. This is moderate rain, scenario A. We have also scenario B, which is for intense rain. And of course, lahars reach much farther. So when we had the last paroxysm, as I said, Fuego is a very active volcano with explosions every few minutes, not more than 5. And if you just wait 5 minutes, for sure you will see an explosion of fuego. So his background activity is very strong, and that makes it very difficult to anticipate with much time, as in other volcanoes with close vent, that the volcano is going to enter a paroxysm. So in Fuego, we are able to do it now with certainty around 8 hours before. And with all the population that lives around, it's really quite a challenge to make an evacuation. So in this case, we started to see the increase of trend. This is the air SAM for low frequencies. We started to see a trend on 17, that was Saturday, last November, 1 year ago. And until Sunday 18, that we saw, because many times happen in Fuego that you can see this trend going up and then falls again, right? And with this, for example, what you see here is the tremor, right? So that day kept increasing. So around noon, we are paying a lot of attention to it. And by 6 p.m., we already had decided that we had to go to the office, all the team, because in that moment, all the 24 hours personnel was there. And the whole team of volcanology went there, and some other as a support. And then, by that moment, we are already talking with Conrad. Since the eruption, we have been talking with Conrad in a very close way. We have direct communication with the executive secretary of Conrad. Actually, we have a WhatsApp group, one with him, one with his team, one for each volcano, many WhatsApp groups, and we also call each other. Yeah, you know, back then, a few years ago, it seemed like a lose of time being in WhatsApp, but now it's work, right? And by 9 p.m., the evacuation started. This is an actual picture of that day at sunset. So we evacuated around 4,000 people. I mean, when we say we, it's the system, because the Conrad is a system, right? The civil protection system that involves many institutions. And was very successful. Was a good exercise. People did evacuate by their own means or with the support that the system gave to them. So I am answering here these questions that were asked when invited to this meeting. So what were the key actions to succeed in this crisis? First, that we have the instrumental monitoring. And now we're not blind, right? Back in June 3rd, we were basically blind. And even with bad weather, literally, there was no way to see what was happening. So now we have instrumental monitoring. We have good communication with Conrad at the highest level. But those things are possible, and we must be aware of that, because there is a high risk awareness now of everybody. So it's not a difficult thing to do. What concerns us more is what will happen in 20 years, in 30 years, when this risk awareness has fallen. And that's why we want to build institutionality and to build the real capacity to sustain all the system working. And of course, the system still has a lot to be improved. We are just starting. So what are the desirable actions in the short term to improve this process? The first is to have alert levels as the paroxysm develops. We have been invited to meetings, many meetings like this, and we have seen some observatories that put in alert levels, others don't do. For example, like Colombia, I just realized that they don't do. But for example, in Chile, they do. I don't know, I think in Mexico you do too. So in Insubumbe, we want to do it. But in order to do that, we need to actually have a very clear idea of the indicators, specifically the seismic thresholds that will allow us to establish those alerts. And then the communication process. We need to establish a protocol between INSIUME and Conrad, because right now it's being done because of the goodwill of people, right? We have a very good relation with them, but that cannot rely on that, because people will change. Actually, we have just a government change in this January, next January, and we don't know what changes will be. So this must be written down. What to communicate, in which moment, to whom, and through which channels. That's the protocol for. And recommendations, when I say we, the observatories, we must ensure that the messages about volcano conditions are efficiently and effectively transmitted, knowing that civil protection will not know more about volcano dynamics than volcano observatories. Therefore, it must not be assumed that they fully understand the situation of the volcano. What I mean is that when you deliver the message, you must ask again if things were clear. And if you don't see action being taken, then must ask again. If they have clear what's happening, right? And just to show the two things that we are working now, this is the protocol. We already wrote a draft of the protocol between INSIUME and Conrad. I just put this here. It's not yet officialized, but it's in the process of being written. And then, thanks to BDAP, we are doing this event tree. We are doing it now monthly, just as an exercise every month to check on the situation of each volcano, of our 3 volcanoes. And just a very short announcement. We are proposing Antigua Guatemala to host Cities on Volcanoes 12 in 2022, celebrating 100 years of existence of Santiaguito Dome. So, of course, if we are selected, all of you are invited. But more than that, now I want to ask for your support. If you are willing to support us, we need as much letters of support as possible. So if you agree, I can give you a model of that letter. Just please come to me, and I will give it to you. And if you agree, please just sign. And we must deliver these letters pretty soon. Actually, the deadline is November 28th. So, but we are still on time. We are making this proposal. Well, this is just to show you all the routes to go to Guatemala. And hopefully, what we want to do also is that in this conference, we want to show all the improvements that we have made by then in volcano science in Guatemala, not just monitoring, volcano science in general. So thank you very much.
So just a quick reflection on the comments you made at the end about the alert levels and any desire to move towards alert levels. Maybe sharing some of our experience in that as well, and I'm sure many people could join in, I guess. What we found incredibly difficult was to actually set thresholds based on data to actually come up with those alert levels. And I'd perhaps like to caution you a little bit about against that approach. Not saying it's not a good idea, but it's proved very, very challenging. And in fact, in many cases, we would be hitting the mark quite badly on that. So instead, perhaps something to consider at least would be to really try and understand who is going to be using those alert levels and what for. And I think that can be a really constructive conversation, perhaps, rather than focusing maybe just a little bit too much sometimes, as we tend to do on the scientific part of the alert level. Or just my comment on that.
Yeah, that's right. Actually, those are just as a guidance, and a guidance for ourselves. Because we need to decide when we meet to analyze in group with different specialization, different monitoring methods, and in group, let's make, for example, the event tree, and let's decide what we are going to say to the people, right? But it's not going to be automatically. At the end, it's filtered by the experts.
Yeah, following on, alert levels always get everybody started, but I think that internally that it's useful to have thresholds that are in your minds, but every volcano is probably going to have different thresholds. So the public, there's definitely the chance that the public will get confused unless you specifically set up each volcano differently, and then that has its own disadvantages. But most of us use alert levels, and so I think we all feel they're worth their having, for not all of us, but many of us. Anyway, I guess I have one quick question as well, in that I guess you've made a lot of great progress over the last 18 months. And is there anything that institutionally has been the most important, that taking you from an institution that had trouble, is it just money? What are the things that have been most important, and what do you worry about the most?
Okay. Yeah. Well, what worries me the most is the administrative political process. When you see that, for example, an equipment is not working, seismic station is not transmitting, something like that, that's just a consequence. That's not the cause. The cause is administrative. So we are in the communications ministry, which is not thematically related to us. That makes it a bit difficult how to justify some purchases of actions that we want to take. So it's very difficult not having an autonomy, specifically administrative, because there are some processes that should be very agile in order to succeed. So this year happened that the budget was increased, but we could not spend it all because the processes are very bureaucratic. So what we are doing now is that we are going to play the game. We are planning according to the very core rules of government, but still I'm not sure how much success we are going to have. So it's quite a challenge because, for example, you have to deliver your operational plan, let's say for 2020, you have to deliver it in June 2019, right? So you already must know what you need in a lot of, like 7 months in advance, right? And then that must be planned. That's why we are making this strategic plan. So this year for us was a lot of learning. So in this plan, we are setting up our goals, very important. For example, that's what I told you in the last email. We need to design our monitoring network because we want to put that into a plan. Let's say if we are going to install 20 stations, let's do 4 every year until the 5 years finish. And the same with personnel. If we want to send people to get a master, for example, and even a PhD, why not? We must plan. So that's a big challenge. I think we can justify with the authorities the need of all the things, but we have to be very robust in proposing and planning in order to do that. So that's for me the most challenging thing. If we can accomplish that, I think buying a new station, hire an expert, that will be nothing.
Yes, so I will start. It is never an easy job to synthesize things, so we will skip that part. But we will try to get to some points together. So the first thing, though, that we wanted to share with you, just in order to make sure we are all on the same page in a way, is to share this document. This is the paper that came out this, I don't know, July maybe 2019. And it is a summary already of the 3 first workshops that we had within the VOBP. So this has been published, and it is a long paper, but a lot of the discussion that we had through these 3 meetings are summarized there. And there is indeed a table that, of course, you cannot read from where you are, but it wants to summarize the key elements from the 3 basic themes that were treated during the 3 workshops. But indeed, there were the long-term volcanic hazard assessment, near-term eruption forecasting, and the volcanic hazard communications. And indeed, if you look at those, there are some clear elements that have been, recurrent in the presentation that we saw today. So in a way, the way how we are dealing with the crisis, volcanic crisis and volcanic crisis management are linked to all those things that we have already discussed. And this makes sense. I mean, we are consistent with ourselves. That's good. So, for example, all scenarios are important to emergency managers, even those with low probability. Eruptions are difficult to forecast with certainty, hence probabilistic methods and uncertainties are recommended. And here it is, a consensus and speak with a single common voice. So a lot of, guidelines that apparently we have been occasionally fulfilling. So, to get to the point, we have been trying to summarize some elements, some nuggets, right, that we believe are worth to be discussed further, again, in light of what we saw today. And in a way, we saw some, difficulties in dealing with unexpected events or scenarios, and we saw cases from the Icelandic case and the Mayotte eruption. Communicating the uncertainty, this is a key point. We all aware about this, but how much this can be achieved throughout the crisis management when there are few data available, and how much this can be addressed through, a comparable way of quantifying risk due to volcanic eruptions. Defining thresholds, this goes along with the last talk, how this can be achieved, the threshold in geophysical data that would allow to activate a response, whatever it is, a change in the alert level or, activating procedure, whatever. How to combine different experts' opinions from the scientists. So we agreed that we need to have a single voice, one message, how to do it and how important it is to manage when there are discrepancies, when there are different opinions or different interpretations. Preparing background in quiet time. I think we all agree that management will be successful whenever there will be something prepared ahead, the time of crisis. And protocols to design and or prepare crisis hazard maps. So there have been a few cases when there was lack of maps that would have been, updated for the crisis ongoing or completely missing and so on. And a final point, because we believe it is still important to link to the beginning of the day, so the talk from Chris, then how much indeed, possibly, a checklist approach may guide or help in addressing any of these points here. Maybe it is way too complex, but let's start the discussion if you want to say something. Laura and Martin, you too as well.
Can I start with the last point? I've made a note. I'm going to start with the last point. I think that today we've already got a wider point, which I would word as following: the need for and the perceived and proven benefits of more structured risk governance procedures. It's a recurring theme that we have to be more structured. We must have a methodology. And the evidence that I found during the morning, Chris Newhall checklists, I mentioned checklists. In relation to Etna, defined roles and responsibilities. Mayotte, transparent structures. Colombia, clear roles and responsibilities. Japan, no guidelines. Guatemala, communication protocols. And if you look at the posters outside, they refer to formalized communication, appropriate protocols, standard operational protocols, protocols. So this is what we need, is more structure. And Martha was brave enough to mention the elephant which is always in the room, and that's the demarcation between hazard, characterization, and risk assessment. Whether they should remain separate or whether there should be a blurring between them. And in her words, we don't need to do the two at the same time. And this is highlighted by the continuing debate between volcano activity levels and volcano alert levels. One is pure hazard and the other one combines risk. And I think that that's an ongoing elephant that needs to be identified and perhaps shot.
I think that I agree. Sorry, my comment was not very far from that. Nico before said that it's very difficult to define threshold, actually because threshold, in my view, are not scientific. Cannot be scientific because are related to something practical that you want to do. So at the very end, the threshold has to be defined by using no scientific issues, because if you consider probability is a continuous number. There is no magic number from which this is yellow, this is orange. And again, let me make this case also. I went to Los Angeles to talk with engineering community about earthquake probability. And somebody from USGS said, okay, we can define some sort of alert level. All decision makers said, no way, because we have completely different needs from the others. We want to have our alert level. This is, the point is that the threshold are not related to the geophysical data, are related to some probability that could be, of course, probability is related to geophysical data, but at the very end, is it convenient or not to do something? It's not because the volcano has 10% is something magical that can move from one step to another.
Just to build on that, I mean, I'm not sure that I agree with that, because if we want to put specific colors or numbers or something onto, that's what an alert level is. It's crossing a threshold. You're saying we're going from this state to this state. And otherwise, it should be a spectrum of states. You know, if it was going to follow the probability, then it should just be a spectrum of states. But we're trying to, you know, really define when we go to the next state, I guess. And I don't know if you can do that specifically based on geophysical data or not, but you have to decide somehow. So, I don't know.
Please speak close to the microphone so that everybody will hear.
So I'll just maybe close the loop on that conversation. I think at the end of the day, I think it all depends on what we want to use the alert level or the activity levels for, and that really is going to be the crux of it. Yeah, it's a continuum, and then we put different colors there. So yes, and to a certain extent, I do agree with that. I also think that we do have internal thresholds, but some thresholds we haven't talked about. For instance, are thresholds when do we decide to tell the public that something is not quite right with the volcano? And as observatories, this is actually a major challenge, because we always wrestle with, you know, what is the public going to think? Are we actually starting to blow trumpets and then people are not going to be listening to us anymore? Do we lose credibility in the process? So in many ways, I find that the communication thresholds, whether or not they are associated with the screwdriver that is the alert level, just a tool, amongst many others, I think it's perhaps just as important to discuss than it is to actually discuss really specifically whether alert levels are useful, not useful, etc. They're just a tool. Screwdrivers are very useful, not always, but they're just a tool.
Thank you. Well, it was to follow a little bit from that, but also to move from alert levels to the point two, communicating uncertainty, because one of the themes that Martha and Raoul brought up is that we're discussing here how we want to deliver information, but we're not really considering how the people receiving the information would like to have it. And sometimes we give the information perhaps not quite the right way, so we're not very effective at communicating. We think we've done well, but in fact the message hasn't got through because we're not perhaps saying, we're not using the words that are more familiar with the people with whom we're speaking. And I think that applies not just to the public, I think it applies to civil protection as well. And in fact, other authorities can be more complicated because they may feel too proud to admit they haven't understood something. And we have to perhaps, maybe we have to work quite hard at learning their language rather than getting them to learn ours. And I think that plays into both the alert levels and in your point number 2 up there. I haven't any question, it was just a comment.
Point in the, just go on, please.
One nugget that's not up there that I think I heard quite a bit today was really knowing who your partners are and having detailed, continuing dialogue with them. And that helps resolve Chris's issue in that if you constantly have this dialogue with the people who are doing the emergency response or making the atmospheric forecast for ashfall or whatever, and they have discussed with you what they expect and how they need the information, then you're more likely to give the information that's useful to the communities you work with. So I guess I would say that maybe that's another one that we want to put in there. It's just knowing who your partners are and working with them.
Yeah, I think for us it was somehow covered by point number 5, preparing the background in quiet time. So this was a kind of wide point, but still, this would have been even touching on this element as well.
Maybe I'd say something. This is a question of communicating things and let people believe what you're saying. So the basic question is, and that's what people should think about, and how do volcanologists and observatories build trust within the communities that they're serving?
Yes, please.
Yes, with regards to the question of risk and hazard, I'm wondering whether we in the volcanological community shouldn't try to play a more, a stronger role in preventing the creation of new risk by working more closely with civilian authorities to develop more robust settlements and land use plans and stuff like that. It takes just 2 generations for the GDP in a particular locale to increase by 4, sometimes 5-fold, and for the level of risk to increase through the building of, say, critical facility in unsafe locations. This is a significant amount of time in which volcanologists could use to forge better relationships with those who are tasked to do the land use plans and so on. So I'm wondering whether we shouldn't switch our focus more in that respect.
other comments or, again, questions or missing points here? There is, still.
Sorry for that. So just the point number 4 here I find quite interesting, which is about combining different expert opinion and the concept of having one voice. And there are different ways to look at that problem, one or that particular sentence or way of operating. One way to look at it is to have literally a single voice, meaning a single institution provided the source of truth, the message being the source of truth for that. There are also other ways to look at it, which is a single voice or one voice means a single message.
One message, yeah.
And I was trying to find the source of that, and I couldn't, so I'll try to actually do my homework back tonight. But it's about social studies showing more and more than people tend to trust a message more when they hear the single message from at least 3 different sources, rather than just basically making sure we are the single source of truth. And perhaps just bring a bit of opening a question here, whether anybody has experience in that space and whether we've seen, because it's a little bit different from the traditional way of thinking about it.
Yeah, if I may add something here, indeed I believe that the right thing would have been agree on one message. I mean, I think that's my point. So I believe the idea would be to have that the message coming from the scientists or for those in charge of taking the interpretation and making the assessment should be one message, right? And then at least how it works in Iceland, it is true that then the document, the official document was coming from the civil protection, but then the message was repeated by different voices. I mean, they were still all coherent though. The message indeed could even change depending on who has to receive it, right? But the content then should be the same. Let's say, one content, more than one message.
Maybe this relates to the poster that's in the hall about communication from scientists and the development of talking points and how we disseminate talking points amongst the scientific community. Not only integration of different scientific opinions and creation of a single message, but then how to disseminate that message not only as a single USGS bulletin, but also talking points that the community can use.
I think also we're trying to put together some best practice, and something that I haven't seen yet, maybe in the next days we will see it, is exercise, simulations. Emergency management is like a muscle, so the more you exercise, the more it works. So I think we should do more exercise, maybe in the observatories with the stakeholders and the authorities, and also with the communities. And even if during an actual crisis we might not be able to see all the precursors just on time, if we are already used to do the protocols, I think it will be much more efficient. And maybe if in a crisis we see the precursors, but we are not used to work together and to practice together, it won't work.
I agree. I think it's an important point, and indeed this aspect of practicing regularly and testing the procedures is something that came out from some previous VOBP, and it is currently one of the recommended action. So again, going back to what has been published, it is already there. But I agree that for the purpose of making the operational response smooth and quick and fast, then the exercise at the basis of that, for sure.
Back to the expert opinions, we have all this social media and everything out there technological on how you can get more people to participate, more people to get in there. But for whatever reason, it seems like it always goes back to personal relations. And I'm not sure why that is, whether it's because there's the trust factor when you have it there. And getting the trust factor is probably a key thing. You can put all the data out, and that gets it so a lot of more people can participate. But then if you don't have them on the inside and feeling like their voice is being heard, well, then they're going to go somewhere else. So this is a big challenge. It's been a big challenge for 10 years. I keep expecting technology to solve it for us, but it hasn't yet. So I'm not sure how we can get to that, but I see that as a huge problem confronting us because more information is going to be going out to more people.
Yeah, I just wanted to add something on the hazard-risk relation, because I think a few things have been mentioned that I think are actually really important. And I think that a problem that I've seen also that came up in some presentation is the fact that it's the responsibility of who is supposed to do the risk part, because that depends on country. Of course, depends on, we cannot say it's the civil protection, it's the observatory, because they're really related to countries. But I think we are kind of pretty comfortable as a community with hazard. We know what it is. Of course, we have some challenges, but we know how to address it. We try to address it. But the risk is something completely different. So what is actually risk? Do we have the competencies to actually do risk? I mean, what is risk? It's like, do we talk about exposure? Do we talk about physical vulnerability? Do we talk about institutional vulnerability? Do we talk about systemic vulnerability? There are very important aspects of risk. They're important also when we do crisis management, like the systemic vulnerability. When we talk about, the evacuation routes, we talk about redundancy of roads, or the dependency of the, let's say, transport system on infrastructures like electricity, for example, or communication. All these aspects normally are things that are not necessarily treated by the observatories, obviously, because they don't have the time and they don't have the competencies. So who is doing that? Because normally it's not even the city protection that is doing that. So at the end, we are stuck with the hazard, and then we have to do the emergency plans that normally consider, where the people live, but then there are very important aspects of vulnerability that are not treated. And I think this is something that we need to discuss. Who is supposed to do that? Is that the city protection? Because normally, at least in my experience, like in Italy, for example, the city protection says, no, it's not up to us, it's a scientist. The scientist, no, it's not up to us, it's up to the city protection. No one does it in the end. And then we are stuck with the hazard.
But is not the answer is simply that more players are needed into the picture?
Absolutely, yes, but it's not identified yet. This is what I mean.
But then maybe the point could be that the observatories, they should be, together with the civil protection, in a way proactive in, looking for these experts that are missing.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean.
Searching for them in the quiet time to build these connections that it will be functional when it will be the need. I would imagine that I don't think really nobody of us is willing to do that step and say, okay, I'm going to do the risk assessment from tomorrow. But I think we are all aware that this is needed. And again, I believe the answer is simply that we need to involve more people. And I believe in each country, in each of our
Yeah, but I think this needs to be acknowledged, and it hasn't been acknowledged so far. I agree with you, it's simple, but it hasn't been acknowledged, it hasn't been done yet. And I think it's easy to do, but it has to be done. This is my point.
That's exactly. Well, that's what I wanted to refer to exactly, that we have to include more social scientists, because even as the work that we've done with a lot of these communities, people say we have to work with them, accompany them, not only tell them what they're supposed to do. So I think that's the way to work with the people. I mean, you work with the communities, at the same time you work with the authorities. And we need the social scientists and the specialists in communication. Yeah, lots of people. But like, for instance, in fact, like we have our own perception of what people are understanding, and maybe they might be understanding something else.
So can I just follow? You're right, we do have to include, for example, social scientists, but the fact of the matter is that there have been groups across Europe trying to do this, but it's all from the scientific side, asking the social scientists to come in. The social scientists hardly ever initiate this dialogue. And it's really, I don't know how we can break that, because it hardly ever does a social scientist come along and talk to, say, a volcanologist saying, how can I work with you? It's always us asking them. And I think if we're going to make any serious progress on that, we do have to enforce that it's a two-way street here, not just us begging for help. And so if anybody's got any ideas how we can improve or encourage our colleagues and on the engineering community too to come and meet us halfway, some of these problems would be resolved fairly quickly, it seems to me. But has anybody got any ideas about that?
Usually more questions than answers.
Maybe one way could be to specifically have clear in mind and write somewhere that hazard is only one part, but it's incomplete. And when we build up relationship with civil protections, it's them that maybe can facilitate this link, because it's them that need the risk in the end. So maybe it should come from above us, not.
You're right that hazard is not all. But again, if you define alert level, you have already do everything. Because other people just simply say, well, it's red, I do this. I don't have to think about anything. I don't have to do anything else than the hazard. Well, every time that you define alert level from a scientific point of view, you have already decided how how people can use it. To me, is really dangerous, at least. No, but when you say the hazard, when you say we do the hazard is just one part. But again, we as a volcanologist, we are claiming that the hazard is enough. Because who else is doing something? I agree with Costanza, we have to engage many other people. But many other people would be not very comfortable with the alert level, with this kind of alert level, because this is not the way in which people is used to work. And there is some good reason for that. Otherwise, again, alert level means that people don't have to do anything else. They just have to say, it's red, I do this. It's orange, I do this. That's it. We have already made all decisions.
Well, yeah, she also wants to say something. But I believe that here we are talking about building something in quiet time. So at least what I was thinking is that, I mean, if we need to enlarge the group and including more players, this needs to be done in quiet time. So well beyond alert phases or alert level. So yeah, yes, okay, but still I'm talking about, having the step in involving others, moving towards a risk assessment in quiet time. So building the connection with these experts that are not here, that are not in the civil protection, these extra people. I believe this process should be happening in quiet time. So then I don't see how much this is. Okay, great.
During the quiet period, you have to think about the alert levels that you are going to use next time, if it is the best way to do that. This is, of course, everything has to be made during quiet time, because as Chris said, during crisis, you just have to do things that you have already decided before. But everything has to be planned before.
Yeah, I just, it's really funny. I was just listening to all of the previous ones, and I really can relate to it. And maybe I live this in an extreme way, because, for example, I am at the university where there is no other volcanologist, so I'm the only one. So that's why I really got forced into working with interdisciplinary projects involving social sciences and biology and all the other stuff I don't know much about. And I can really see how hard it is, the communication, and to achieve what Constanza was saying. For example, everybody has its own interest and sees the thing from its own point of view. But to make the understanding enough in order to actually do something together is really hard. So I can really, really relate to this, especially with the risk. We get, most of the times, we get like even pushed into this direction, because there is nobody who's really willing to understand, like from a volcanological point of view, the problem. So that's, I think you really have the finger on it, but it's going to be a major challenge to get these social scientists to actually, to actually do something together and each other, because you would have to invest a lot of time in order to understand each other. I was trying really hard, like for years now, but it's really difficult because it's a totally different point of view. I think maybe the solution could be in also what Constanza was saying before, because maybe it depends just on needs. If we have like the different needs, like the vulnerability, for example, of infrastructure, and then the vulnerability that just depends on physical structures of the houses, and maybe education, and maybe civil protection influence in the different villages that would be affected. Maybe if we could like part it into pieces, maybe it would be easier to address. Because risk is, it's like such a huge thing. You could put whatever you wanted into it. And I, for example, I really found it difficult to reach like a consensus. For example, I don't know how projects are in different countries, but over here in Mexico, you get every time you get more, you get forced to involve a social aspect of projects in order to get funded, and at the end, everybody does its own thing. So it's really hard to merge this. That's just my opinion.
About done? Okay, last one here.
In the health field, obesity, for example, is becoming more and more of a problem. So you'll find that countries will engage in programs such as, I'll give an example, Jamaica Moves, which teaches people or encourages people to get more involved in activities that will prevent a crisis. So that's why I was saying that we need to play a more prominent role in the discourse that leads to volcanic crisis by engaging in some of the activities such as land use and so on, engaging in that sort of discourse. We know that the hazard is pretty much constant. We can do something about the risk. As more people settle in an area that is exposed, the risk increases. So if we can engage with the civilian authorities to influence how many people settle in a particular region, we can have an influence on the rate at which we create new risk. So that's the standpoint that I'm coming from. Take, for example, uncertainty. Over a long period, uncertainty is not as undefinable as, say, over a short period. So if we can communicate more clearly what the uncertainty will be over a long period, then that is more information for the civilian authorities who are involved in planning and so on to influence behavior. For example, introducing penalty for people who go to settle in unsafe areas.
You want to say any final words, or? Okay, you're off the hook then. Thank you very much for your efforts.
I don't know if all these points that Magnus has been taking will be eventually summarized at the end of the meeting, just to come with some more structured, isn't it?
Yeah, we will have other opportunities for.
Yeah. So many thanks for your contribution.
I think, in fact, all of the rapporteurs maybe are in a panel at some other point later on the last day or something. We have more. So yeah, Wendy is it now.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Okay, we have several very short talks that we're going to blaze through.
to introduce some of the posters that are out in the atrium area. And I'm going to call your name. If I call your name, please come down. If I completely mispronounce your name, I apologize, and you can please correct me. And so I want you to come down, and then we will just kind of go in a line of people, and hopefully that will keep things moving quickly. So, Sebastian, you're first. And let me get the list. Yeah, you're not about to talk. Eduardo Gutierrez, Kochiro Saito, Masto Iguchi, Christy Wallace, Chris Newhall, Raul Salguero, me, Roberto Moretti. Graham Ryan, you don't have a short talk, but if you want to come down and say some things about your poster, you can. Same goes for Raul Arambula. Okay. Everybody come down. If I said your name, get down here. And I will say who's next, but it will also be obvious because your presentation will be on the screen.
Well, there's not many time, but the idea was to tell the experience to answer those questions from the perspective of a young volcano observatory. We're probably the youngest volcano observatory in the world, or at least that's what I thought until the new Mayotte Volcano Observatory, with the difference that we don't have the €5 million budget, but hopefully. So the idea was to answer the three questions of what we did okay, and the idea to do that was show what problems did we have, and from that try to answer. So Argentina has a very complex situation, sorry for this, regarding volcanic risk management, is that we don't only have to worry about the volcanoes that we have in our own country, and we do have, but we also have to worry about the volcanoes from the neighboring country. So one of the key aspects that I think we approached in the past years was try to enhance our relationship and our cooperation between our partner agency in Chile, that's the Geological Survey from Chile. And I think that has been a key fact for us. We still have a long way to go to improve, but I think that we are in the right position. Then the other thing is that Argentina is a country without volcano monitoring history. So another thing that we are trying to approach is to build the trust, and this has been something that we've been discussing all this morning, is just not having the information, but for the people to know that you exist and trust the information that you're giving to it. Recently, we did, Costanza did a ash mobilization workshop in Bariloche due to the impacts of the Cordon-Cauye eruption. And one of the things that they were telling us that they didn't got the information, and worldwide, Cordon-Cauye is an eruption that has got information previously to the event, almost 4 months previously, but since there was no central organization in Argentina, that information didn't reach to the people that were going to be impacted by the ashfall. The other thing that we did right in the past years was that the presence of a new observatory for Argentina has been central to organize the information between inside the Geological Survey, between different organizations and different partners. For instance, for the Cordon-Cauye eruption, all different organizations reached to the place. They were not very organized, and nowadays that has improved a lot. And finally, I think that we can relate that to different countries about the complexity of being a federal country, is that there are national organizations, provincial organizations, and local organizations. And us as a Geological Survey, we are national organizations, and sometimes we send the information to the national government to send that to the provincial government, and that to the local, and sometimes that connections don't work. And I think that one of the things that we did right was try to get to the three levels at the same time and try to build that trust and that connection to the three levels at the same time. And so for the final part about the things, next slide, please. Okay. And what are the things that we didn't do right and we want to improve is the capacity of outreach. Since we're new, most people don't know us, and since most people don't know us, it's hard to get to them. So one of the things we're trying to improve, and I think it's been going around, is do more social media, more public information, build that connection with the new Volcano Observatory in an understandable language, and build that trust with the community. So one of the things I've been working lately is building a new web page. Most people have cell phones right now, and they have that information for the country in order to know what's going on, which volcanoes are active. Most people don't even know and don't have the awareness they're living nearby active volcanoes, and that's a big issue for us. And I'm not sure if that's enough time, but I think it's.
Hello, my name is Manuel Diaz and I come from El Salvador, one of the smallest country in the continent, and with a lot of volcanoes. So please go to the second. These are the lessons that I want to talk about and that I wrote with my colleague Eduardo Gutierrez. Some of these things you heard it this morning. One of them is the importance of the appropriate protocols. And what I want to say is that you have to update protocols every time because protocols are different from volcano to volcano. And you have to written them like you are going to use it, because sometimes the people who wrote the protocols, like me, have never experienced an eruption. And when you face an eruption, you realize that you forget something. The second one is automation and robust monitoring. Conceptual models and multivariable analysis, preparation of communities to interpret information and respond. You have to be sure that people is understanding you. Dissemination of information of all stages. You also have to realize that your information has to be understood by people, but also by politicians, and risk awareness. And something else that I didn't wrote is when you face an eruption, you have to be a leader, okay? And leadership is something that you have to take into account. You will face population, you will have to answer to population, you will face the media, which is very difficult, and you know it. And you also have to face politicians. And you will have to answer the questions, and you have to do it with leadership. And that's all that I want to share this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Hello, we, Japan Meteorological Agency, would like to introduce operations on 2018 Motoshirame-san eruption. This was a small-scale critic eruption after a long dormant period for 1,000 years. In this volcano, all eruptions have been observed at an adjacent Yugama area. So, observation networks have been built mainly focusing on the adjacent area. And we observed no particular changes in volcanic activity before the eruption. Therefore, it required certain amount of time for JMA to recognize the occurrence of the eruption. We also have trouble in monitoring operation because several observation facilities were affected by the eruption and couldn't transmit observation data. And rescue operations for people trapped in the ski area were conducted. One of lessons learned from such responses is an insufficient communication and coordination with local municipalities at the initial stage. Although we quickly dispatched officers to municipalities at the initial stage, it's not enough to provide sufficient support for their operations. We should have dispatched a large number of staff including a senior officer as a leader, so that the team could work more effectively according to circumstances at the site. Additionally, it's important to restore affected observation points as early as possible after the eruption. For example, forming a task force for recovery operations would have shortened the time required to resume normal observations. Through these experiences, we drew 3 lessons as follows. First, we affirm the importance of the initial response, not only for the recognition of the eruption, but also restoration of the observation network and support to local municipalities. Second, we find it is important to provide advice and support to local municipalities considering their requests. During the response, for example, we provided special monitoring services to support some operations in warning areas. Therefore, since the volcanic alert levels was applied only for Yugam area of this volcano, we developed a new one for Motoshiyane-san area. To meet requests and demands from local municipality is a key to our success. Third, preparation during a dormant period is essential. For example, listing what we should do when volcano becomes unrest and establishing communication and coordination framework among related authorities. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Christy Wallace, and I'm with the U.S. Geological Survey in Anchorage, Alaska, at the Alaska Volcano Observatory. So what I'm going to be sharing with you here and at my poster is really not specific to any one eruption. It's really the experience we've gained over the past 30 years as an observatory. So I can't emphasize enough these 2 key points to our success at ABO, which is our interagency coordination. I have a plan. We have an interagency coordination plan. I have examples of that with me that I can show people when we're standing out there. And also just an empowered observatory staff, which I'll talk about in the next slide. Some after-action insights from previous eruptions, and no single eruption, is that it's really important to have a plan well in place, which tells you that we haven't always had that be the case. To clarify agency roles and responsibilities, because people want to know how they will know about, be alerted, and by whom. So ways that we can do that is cross-postings and such, and that seems to work really well. The problem is that a lot of the information is given by different agencies, and if you can't all be on one website or one platform, then we have to kind of learn to speak with one voice and share links and messages. Improving ashfall warnings to provide more specific guidance. I think we've come a long ways in the last 10 years or so on this topic. We, as in the global community, providing broad education about ash hazards, including air quality, water quality, and public health. In Alaska, we've been very focused on aviation hazards for a good reason. Ash and aviation, the biggest threat is to aviation. But in recent years, of course, there's people on the ground who really want to know how these things are going to affect them. So these things, air quality, sort of the health part of it, has become a big focus in recent years, and again, globally, we've come quite a long ways. And then volcano warning, people are always telling us that, warning information is scattered. It's all over the place in many different websites, again, because we are reporting from many different agencies. And so this is something I think we're constantly struggling with, and right now we're mainly just posting each other's links and trying to get it out there. Okay, so in terms of best practices, sorry, I have 6 actually. It's hard to just limit it to 3. There's a million here, and I'm going to sound like a broken record because we're at least all thinking the same way here. But again, having written interagency plans outlining roles and responsibilities during crisis, practice them often, and update them regularly. Maybe not in observatories, but certainly in other government agencies, there's a ton of turnaround. From year to year, you might just lose people. And so it's really important to sort of update these and have regular meetings. So that's probably not even enough. Have internal standard operating procedures well in advance, and be constantly evaluating and modifying these as needed. So at our observatory where we have, or in Alaska where we have eruptions that are small, BEI 1 and 2s that happen often, maybe happen over long time frames, as well as larger eruptions, BEI 3s and 4s that happen less frequently, we really need to be malleable and be able to change our plan from eruption to eruption. So we have many different standard operating procedures depending on the type of eruption, not just a single one. Having distributed knowledge amongst the staff is really important, and then willingness, as in the scientists in charge, to delegate authority internally. Again, at ABO, we have a structure where we have weekly rotating responsibilities. We have duty remote sensing folks, duty seismologists, duty scientists. The duty scientist might be me, I'm a geologist, it might be a seismologist, might be a gas person. The fact is, if you're the duty scientist, you really need to understand all the disciplines, because you're pulling in information from all these different duty folks, and you're reporting to interagency partners, you're reporting to the public, you're communicating with the media, and so you gain all of that experience, which allows someone like the SIC, scientists in charge, to stand back a little bit and sort of oversee the operation while the scientists are taking charge of what's happening. And then setting up alarms. This has been really helpful in recent years at ABO, just to reduce staff load. Otherwise, we're constantly looking at the data. It's accessible to us on our phones, from home, wherever we're at, and so it just kind of allows people to stand back just a little bit and let the alarms kind of give us that early warning and then do some interpretation. And then making data available to the public. Let people know what you know. They really want that. And then lastly, I can't believe I forgot this, but talking points. Super important. We've talked about that a lot already today. For us, we are a cooperative agreement of 3 agencies in 2 different locations, so it's critical that we have talking points, especially in this movement of social media. It's so easy just to throw information out there, but maybe as an agency, we haven't decided we're going to release that information. Nico, you made a good point. Sometimes we hold back on information because we're not sure when we want to tell the public what's happening. And it's important, we might know a lot more internally than we share publicly, and so we need everyone to be on the same page with that. So anyway, just emphasizing talking points. That's it. Come to my poster.
I will talk about the Sakurajima crisis. This is the unrest, quite rapid unrest event, August 15, 2015. This is 2 months later, the Kuchino-Erabujima eruption. So this event is a very rapid event. The 1,000 BT event occurred in just 1 day, and very quite rapid inflation of the ground. This may be due to the dike intrusion. So, in this event, the lesson learned from the 2015 Kuchino-Erabujima eruption is was well activated. The one is quick response. The Japan Meteorological Agency, the upgrade alert level 4, in 1 hour. And second one is the hazard factor and the hazard zone made clear. So that this is very important. That this is only the distance just 3 kilometers from the summit crater, but this is definitely declared from the 3 kilometers. As a result, the 77 residents were evacuated from their own villages. So, but the evacuation successfully conducted, but still there is a problem. This is an unrest event. No eruption occurs after that. So the problem is how to downgrade alert level, how to reduce the alert zone. So it takes 2 weeks. So I think the downgrade alert level or reduction of the alert zone is still have the problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm Chris. I'm here speaking on behalf of the WOWODAT team in Singapore. And I'm here, I guess, partly to give a little bit of an advertisement and also to share with you a few of the activities they're doing. First of all, WOWODAT is an ambitious project. It's been going for years, too many years now already. And the idea is to compile in one place, using common formats, the experience, the global experience of volcanic unrest at all the different volcanoes of the world. That's a huge job, and the reason for doing it is to try to make it more useful, to make those data more accessible to you. For example, for comparing between episodes of unrest at either two episodes of unrest at the same volcano, or episodes of unrest at different volcanoes. Or, for example, if you have unrest ongoing at your volcano right now, and you're asking yourself the question, where else has this been observed and what happened? WOWODAT is designed to be able to do that. So I think it's I'm biased, of course, but I do think it's a really good goal. It's a very big project, and it's taken a very long time to get to where we are. Just a brief status report. There are now currently over 900 episodes of unrest that are in WOWODAT at approximately 135 different volcanoes. Christina Widiwajianti has estimated that it's something like 38% complete. I would count it a little differently. I don't think it's that high, but there has been progress. It's been slow, but we are making progress on it. Next slide, please. The main activity right now is data population, and it's just an extremely big, long, tedious job. And the team in Singapore is happy to visit your volcano observatory or to invite your staff to come to Singapore to contribute data into WOWODAT. And this is paid with the WOWODAT budget. I think I'll skip over the data policy. You can read it on the WOWODAT.org webpage. Basically, it's open data, okay? If you contribute it to WOWODAT, consider it open. You retain the ownership of the data, but it will be open to everybody. And then we're working with a number of observatories on trying to improve the automation of the data so that it doesn't require a lot of effort from the observatory to get new data into WOWODAT. Secondly, the team is willing to hold workshops on the use of WOWODAT, how it can be useful to you, and they're willing to offer workshops at the volcano observatory level or at the regional level like ALVO or ACV or any other region, Eurovolc, for example. And of course, money is always welcome. So if the host agency would be willing to support part of the cost of that, that's great. Thirdly, the WOWODAT team does provide a software platform. It's the WOWODAT structure, and it can be used in your own volcano observatory for your own data management system. And then, of course, we hope that you will further contribute the data into the larger WOWODAT, but that's not a precondition. Finally, we're going to have a few more discussions during this week on WOWO and WOWO leadership. Within WOWODAT, we're also reconstituting the steering committee, and we're going to be inviting the new leadership of WOWO, whoever that will be, to be members of the WOBADAT steering committee. And the last point I think might be overstated a little bit. WOBADAT server will be hosting the WOBO website and the new website of VMID, the Matt Pritchard and others from the space community are wanting to work more with WOBO, with the ground-based observatories, to build a database of the overall monitoring infrastructure. Both of those are under discussion right now, and WOBADAT has said that they're willing to host that, but it remains to be seen how it'll ultimately work out. Okay, thank you.
So Raul gave a great talk earlier today, and he is foregoing his time to advertise his poster, which is on the same information. So now we go to me. There's two posters out there. One is based on social media work that I've been doing with a group of people from IABC. It's a group that's within the communications working group. We're a part of the Hazards and Risk Commission. And it's an international group. You may all have participated in a survey that we sent out in the spring to assess what your thoughts are on social media. And some of those thoughts were synthesized down into the poster presentation that I have outside, in addition to this little handy document, which is a checklist for what you can do, or a plan, essentially a social media communications plan in times of crisis, but it also sets you up for blue sky times. So just shortly, if you don't have an official social media account, it's advisable that you somehow create one. If you want to talk to me more about that, I'm happy to do that. I think that's the most salient point that I can get across here is to have an official social media account, because if you don't, someone will fill the gap, and that they might convey incorrect information, and you don't want incorrect information out there. The other thing is that in doing this work, the group that I've been working with, we've done a literature review of the social science side and looking at quantitative analysis in the social science realm of how people are using social media. And it's fascinating to see the impact that official accounts have on squelching misinformation. So come and talk to me about that out there. And the next poster is response coordination across agencies for crises without borders. This is not borders between countries, this is borders between states. So I work with the Yellowstone Volcano Observatory. We don't just care about Yellowstone, we care about all of the distributed volcanic fields that are spread throughout the western United States. They're in 6 states essentially. And these are really small bullet points that I can see now, but you can come out to my poster as well. So just some thoughts. We don't have any developed coordination plans for how to deal with unrest at one of these volcanoes. So we're trying to come up with some more definitive plans for how to deal with these. How do we coordinate many different state agencies for volcanoes that might look similar to each other, but in very different locations? And there's no historic experience of eruption in these places. There's a low probability, but potentially high risk eruptions. And just looking at kind of the rough plan that we have, I want you all to participate. I have participation posters. So if you have any points to add to what we've come up with so far, for what we've missed, then please come and fill them in on my poster. I'm really glad that someone else advertised something, because I'm going to advertise as well. If you care about distributed fields, there's a community AGU Chapman conference on this subject. The abstract deadline was supposed to be tomorrow, but we extended it to next Tuesday. So that's going to be held in Flagstaff, Arizona in March of next year. Okay. Next.
Okay, good afternoon everybody. This is about Castupiero of Guadalupe volcano in the Western Antilles. So many of you know about this volcano, well, the 76, 77 history and so on. And you should know that it's, say, a major threat for about 100,000 people living in the surrounding of the volcano in a radius, within a radius of about 20 kilometers. So, it's a good volcano with a nice hydrothermal system, and it's experiencing unrest since about 25 years. Unrest with hydrothermal systems. It's not an easy life, trust me, especially if you have many people around. And every day it means that you have to deal with some ambiguities. Well, of course, ambiguities can be, you can deal with ambiguities from a statistical point of view, whatever you like. But I'm still a scientist, and I still believe that good acquisition and good interpretation are, of course, are the basic for, a good assessment. Next slide, please. And so last year, we have had an accelerated episode of unrest, which peaked with, there was ramping up seismic swarm and activities, and we have had, at the end of April 2018, 4.1 magnitude earthquake felt on the entire Guadeloupe Island. And you have to realize that this magnitude was exactly the same as the one of the biggest earthquake occurred during the 76-77 crisis, the phreatic eruption of 76-77. So imagine, think about the serious concern. Everyone was, of course, we are scared about this. And so the major question was, what's the evolution? Well, because there is an hydrothermal system, next slide, you can do whatever you want, but you need good geochemistry. And what we have learned from this episode is that, of course, we have improved our, I would say, best practices about geochemistry of hydrothermal systems, and we have learned much more about the good coupling that you have to provide with geodetic deformation and seismic measurement, which means, for example, same sampling frequency, which means real-time data processing, real-time modeling, and by the way, Francois Baudussel will show you some improvements, not about geochemistry, of course, but about real-time deformation, also applied to Guadeloupe. And what's important is that we have now good indicators. I'm not saying that we want to deterministically set thresholds. I'm not a fan of thresholds, for obvious reasons, but at least, please go to the next slide. We can give numbers for the phenomena we observe. Okay, critical numbers, because when you deal with hydrothermal systems, we can't be only qualitative, we must be quantitative. We can define pressure and temperature, and we can do it by looking at joint seismic, geodetic, and geochemical measures. And so, what you have learned, well, of course, when you have a fast-reacting hydrothermal system, you must react quickly, scientifically, and provide numbers about pressure and temperature, because the authority, the prefect, asked us about numbers. Okay, not only what you have to do, what we have to do in your opinion. No, he asked us about numbers, which is good in some sense. So, but they also have listened to us because following this experience, they have followed I would say, our recommendations for limited access to the volcano summit and so on. So, some general rules, I would say, for andesitic volcanoes characterized by fast-reacting hydrothermal systems is that, of course, you need quick response. Quick response rely on real-time joint geochemical, geodetic, seismic assessment, measurement, and data processing. Well, I don't want to waste time about this. Of course, these are specific issues for us, and I can say that, of course, we have also, that was also a good test, this episode was also a good test to inspect all the possible problems about, well, for example, if you have a specific request, isotopic measurements, or some other stuff, processing of insert data and so on, I would say the timing of the reaction of our communication, of our exchange of data and models with varies because, well, there is an ocean in the middle and distance matters. So if you want to talk more about, I would say, fast-reacting hydrothermal systems in the context of unrest, in which the hydrothermal systems, I remind you, is the source of many good issues, but also great problems. There is a poster outside there.
Thank you, everyone. I forgot to mention one thing. So there's this spreadsheet that's up by my posters as well. This is a list of all of your volcano observatories and some emergency management agencies and their social media accounts. And this list was actually created by Sally Center at the Smithsonian as part of the Global Volcanism Program. So one of her goals is to create a website database, and this is already underway. So they're adding information to the GVP website that will include how to find official information for all volcano observatories, including social media channels. So I encourage you to come by, and there's a table with 3 of these laying out. If you can just check this information to ensure that it's correct, and then fill it in. If it's not, I would appreciate that. You can also email either me or Sally with correct information if you want to do that as well. Okay, that's all. The plan for standing by your posters is that if you talk today, then please stand by your poster for the day, and then people will come around and talk to you, and we'll do the same thing for the other days. Of course, you can move away if people are not there and you're itching to go see someone else's poster. That is all.
Both have them about that. Did you want to mention the live streaming?
Oh, so this is being streamed live. We have not advertised it to anyone except for colleagues that were not here. Should we advertise this? Raise your hand if you say yes, we should advertise this as live streamed on social media. It just means that we would send out we would tweet it or send it out on Facebook from some of our respective agencies so that people can watch along. And just on that note, there's no bandwidth issue because it's being live streamed via YouTube. So YouTube handles all the bandwidth. It's a one to middleman to many situation. So yeah, it's a question for you all. So would you like to live stream? Raise your hands if you would like to. Don't be shy. Okay, there. So the thing that I haven't checked is it's on YouTube. Usually YouTube archives everything, so it will be there forever, no matter what. So anyone can go back and watch this in the future.
So Nico asked, is there a reason not to? I didn't raise my hand. And I like to know who my audience is when I'm speaking, and in certain situations may say something that I don't want people in higher levels of my government to hear, perhaps. They're just because it's out there for forever, you never know who's going to hear it. So if I know it's live, then I will tailor my talk accordingly, and it will be maybe less interesting. I don't know.
I mean, in some ways, we're airing a lot of dirty laundry here, and it feels a little unprofessional to post it on something like a Twitter or social media, because so many random people will just watch it because. I know this because I did this with my son's wedding, not smart, because I was trying to show a couple individuals that were in the hospital, and then I got all these weird comments from people. So it just feels a little uncomfortable. I guess that would be one reason not to.
And right now, it's not being archived by YouTube, even though it's on YouTube. Is that right?
It's always being archived by YouTube.
But nobody would know about it if we don't make it.
Right. It's archived on no. Okay. So no.
No.
I mean, a simple search would provide anyone with information about it.
Well, yeah. If it's already there.
It's there.
We don't.
Okay, so there are some strong no's. I feel like if there's strong no's, then maybe the no's win. Okay.
Next question, which may have strong nose too. We have everybody's presentation so far up on the computer upstairs. Often at meetings like this, people like to have the potential to share all of the presentations so they can look at them later. It may also make it easier to put together some summary document paper for the literature if we have access to those, so we can look back at the wonderful talks that we saw during the meeting. How do people feel about having presentation? Well, actually, probably the best way to handle it is if you don't want your presentation shared, just come to me and we won't share it, and everybody else who is okay with it, you don't need to say anything, and then we'll figure out a way to get them shared, because everything's going on that computer right now.
I was just objecting to the Twitter feed, but I think that it's okay to maybe ask the question if it's okay for people to share it with colleagues or people that they want to share it with, but maybe just not.
I think it's already been shared with colleagues. It's already been sent out via email to specific groups of people, but it hasn't been shared with
Other people maybe.
the people that follow all of our respective observatories' social media channels. Or maybe it has. I don't know. We haven't for USGS, but.
Well, we have about 10 minutes still before we need to break. The other talk that was going to be today was on the potential for a daily volcano update. Right now, the Smithsonian puts out a weekly, and there's the possibility that they could put out a daily if there were perhaps collaborators or funding to do that. That would probably turn into somewhat of a more database-driven, rather than a prose, rather than just having a words describing. It would be more of a database sort of system that people could have access to. So there will be no presentation on it because the two people who would have given it are not here. But it's worth your thinking about and talking about in terms of whether your observatory would be interested in participating in such a daily update. It would probably require some sort of push-pull with whoever, the Smithsonian or whoever else was doing such an update. But the good part of it is that any daily earthquakes or ground deformation information or changes in tilt or anything else would be in some sort of a database format that everybody would then have access globally, and it would contribute to efforts such as WOVODAT and other programs like that. So today is not an important day in terms of the history of that program, but you may be hearing about this in the future, and I just thought I'd bring it up.
I'm going to mention one more thing on that same vein. So the Global Volcanism Program also has their anniversary next year. I can't remember which anniversary it is. Sally, I'm sorry if you're listening. So they would like to have, I think it's the 100th anniversary, and they would like to have information from all of your volcano observatories. So if there are specific eruptions that you would like to have highlighted in the coming year, then please email Sally Senert at the Smithsonian Institute.
Maybe one more thing. Chris had mentioned in his discussion of WOVODAT about the volcano monitoring infrastructure database that could be hosted by WOVO at Earth Observatory of Singapore. I think what he's talking about is something that Matt Pritchard is interested in pushing. It's a software that currently is in development or essentially done for the USGS that we could make available to the global community and could serve as a place where everybody could know where infrastructure around volcanoes exists, and there may be useful aspects to that. So that's sort of where that was coming from. The last thing that I can think of is that in terms of just dropped out of my mind, so it was there a second ago. I know. WOVODAT. The WOVO-DAT is now being used in partnership with CBGHM in Indonesia and also FIVOLX, and intensively, I think. I don't know your experience, and it would be interesting to hear any of your experiences and how it's been working. I know that they're very interested in finding some Latin American partners to work with to move further with their database, and so I encourage you to explore it with them and learn a little bit more about what that offers to you as observatories. We can go do posters.